I would humbly, sir, Pradeep sir, I would just like to follow up on that as well. Okay. When we talk about these initiatives, both by the government sector and the private sector, we are completely ready. I can vouch for that. We have the infrastructure in terms of hardware and software. That is already there. And we are actually now moving towards the global connectivity. So the infrastructure, when we talk about AI, just for the benefit of the audience, we need very high graphic intensive hardware, high GPU usage, which is already in existence in the global scenarios. When we talk about India is already in 5G and moving towards the 6G. Mr. Vaishnav recently actually inaugurated with Nokia the 6G lab, okay? And we are keenly progressing forward to implementing the 6G as well. So why not take the advantage of this 24-hour divide when the world on the other part is using this, the cluster network, and when the sun shines on this part of the world, we can use that. Till the time we are actually setting up our own clusters. Moving to the second part. When we talk about the readiness, readiness is not just in terms of the policies. Are we all ready to adopt AI and automation? The change within the organization, the change within the leadership thought, the change within the talent management. Now the talent management word, till a couple of years back, was restricted only till when the employee has entered the organization. Now the talent management happens within the academic frameworks. So entrepreneurs are now learning how to manage the teams at the young age of 19, 20, 21, so that when they get their first check of $1 million, they all stay together. The next important initiative is that how do we bridge the gap? Bridge the gap between I see 4 different initiatives: academia, industry, research, and innovation. All of these 4 things have to work in tandem and work collectively. That is very important. So are we able to bridge the gaps between all these 4 pillars? Upskilling is the answer. So companies like MyAnatomy or companies, other various skill providing companies have to provide those bridging skills at different phases so that we can work together and we can beat the pace. Last but most important, the policies, which you specifically mentioned, sir. Our government is very progressive and they are also being challenged and moved by the disruption which this AI and automation is bringing. They have understood, they cannot ignore it, and that is why when we talk about different verticals of government, they are already adopting AI. The most difficult was the law. I am myself a lawyer with the Supreme Court. I have seen that the Supreme Courts and the High Courts have started adopting AI. So we are all set. The world is going to see India rising in AI and automation.
Thank you. So that brings me to the last question to all my panelists. What should be the incisive and inclusive agenda for government, industry, institutions, startups, and the skilling companies to keep pace with the race against AI and automation? So I will start with you, please.
So I would just like to summarize what I said. The key is the disruption, and all the stakeholders have to work in tandem. They should not be working in silos. So that is the key. So disruption and collaborative approach.
Thanks, Vish. Well said. I think 2 things from my side. One is, while governments can set policies and regulatory frameworks and all of that, in our business, each of our businesses, we have to be very thoughtful about how we use AI and where the use case is. That's number 1. And secondly, if you have seen the NASSCOM's guidelines for AI, I really like the last part of it, which is support the growth of humanity as a whole. Right? Because if you're trying to use AI against humanity, so the word against is not possibly the right one. I think we should use it for the support of growth of humanity as a whole. I think that's a consideration, whether it is industry, academia, research, innovation, whatever that may be. I think we have to consider from that perspective and then be very thoughtful and cautious when we use it, because it's new to all of us. That would be my agenda that I would request everyone to take on.
going to talk much about laws and policies because it's already been covered extensively. But it's a question of how do you make sure you create frameworks within your organization and also within the companies as such in terms of how do you implement, how do you enhance the value which is going to come from AI, because at this particular point of time, if you were to look at just the financial services industry, most of the use cases are around anti-money laundering, KYC. If you were to actually extend that to make sure that you know what your customers are doing, how your customers are reacting, and ethically as well in terms of making sure that you protect that information and get the value out of it. Because those ethics don't come from any of the rules or policies. How do you get to use it is something which is going to be defined at each organization. And the other element, what Divya mentioned, and what we're talking about from a talent perspective, like what Piyush mentioned, talent management is not any longer just an onboarding exercise, but it's an ongoing. It's a continuous process, and 18 months. Actually, 18 months is looks like actually it's quite long because nowadays the technologies keep changing so much. Because what I learned a few months back in Udemy is not relevant anymore because I keep getting updates from my own course instructor in terms of what I need to get updated with every 3 months. If I were to look at, we can certainly find out what courses to take, but which team member or which particular part of your organization should learn what is something which we as organizations will have to actually come up with. Just by throwing open all the 300 courses that are available is not going to be relevant for everybody. It's a question of finding out what is relevant for your team members and making sure that you play a part in that particular progression is going to be equally important as well.
Yeah, Divya?
So I think pretty much all the points are covered, but I would like to stress on creating awareness, because today there are a number of articles out there in print as well as on the internet about AI, the disruption it is bringing, the innovation it is bringing and poised to bring. But then creating awareness, like my panelist has already touched upon, about the ethical usage of AI and where it can be used to create more innovation and where it can be really very destructive. And having said that, involve, like I think Mr. Piyush also told about, in bringing up all the key pillars together, starting with academia, creating awareness in young minds, and today that is very much aware, and so that they also come to the forefront in this whole scheme of innovation, and they are trained young and they stay relevant. So that's very crucial today in the industry, that we are in this path of continuous learning, where we need to continuously assess self on where our skills are, where we need to reskill, where we need to upskill. So getting all the young minds already ingrained with these thoughts right from their college would definitely help. And as any Indians today, I'm eagerly awaiting, and I'm equally proud to see India leading the way. It's already a leader in thought leadership and leading the way in this AI, not only AI, in all the future technology disruptions that the world is going to witness. Thank you.
Let me address this question again, one by one. So there are, several aspects I think we need to consider, and I think it's all covered, but it's just a summarization. From what we expect from government, so we need to have regulation and policies, like I was mentioning before, and the second is the assurance from the government or education from the government. So they need to collaborate with the private players, so that the awareness can be there, because it's gonna affect around 67% of the population who are between age 65 to 15, I can say. So a huge large population need to be educated on AI. So that's a second expectation from government. From institutions and startups, I encourage them to do responsible innovation. So that's because, as per the NASCOM report, there will be a disruption amounting approximately $500 billion in next 3 years, 2 to 3 years. So these players need to do responsible innovation so that it's taken care well by the citizens. And the last one is the education sector or the skill perspective. So I would say government should or the players, the educational institutions, they should bring newer courses and they should encourage continuous learning so that inclusive learning, I can say, inclusive learning, so that all can at whatever age can learn things. Thank you.
So, so thanks to our thought leaders in the panel for sharing their perspectives, insights, and experiences, making this discussion a thought-provoking one for all of us. And India is already number one in AI skill penetration, number one in AI talent concentration, number two in AI talent deployment, and number five in scientific and publications and patents, and number two in terms of STEM talent market as well globally. And for us to grow and sustain and become AI capital of the world, it is pertinent that government, industry, institutions, startups, and skilling ecosystem have to collaborate and strive for success as well. So with that, we conclude the panel discussion.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, back again. We have our panel discussion. First of all, I'd like to thank all our panel discussion members, patrons for being here with us and for being a lot patient with us today. The discussion is, चिन्मय सर ऐसे चल के आते हैं, मेरे को घबराहट हो जाती है कभी-कभी. And the discussion is the future of education and employability in the AI and automation era. It is going to be moderated by Mr. Nagana Gowda SJ, the Chief People Officer at Tally Solutions Private Limited. Can I have a round of applause as he joins us? Anna really loved you a lot, sir. We are going to be having our panel members. The Global Head of Talent Acquisition at Biocon Biologics, Mr. Karthik SM. Is there? You want to take your seat, sir? The Associate Director of HR at Flipkart, Mr. Sumit Premi. I have performed that the Flipkart just balance the Global Talent Acquisition Head at Affin, Mr. Naveen Patel. So presence. All right, I'll leave it in the hands.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my dear friend. It's been great job since morning.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. We have the slides ready. After the great performance, I have the star-studded panel, and my job is very simple. We have discussed several things about AI since morning, and I'm sure we will take back AI home when we go back today, and then we'll keep it for some time as we progress in our journey in our respective organizations. So this question is about future of education and employability in the era of AI and disruption. For all of you, maybe you just turn around, have a look at some data. Just want to show you about the digital India landscape. The digital India landscape is, India is really rocking in every sense. We have 700 million internet users, 470 million social media users, 570 million online streamers, and so on and so forth. So India is truly, truly digital today. From a well-established organization to a street vendor, everybody is digital. So now, this is some problem with the projector, that's fine, no issues. We discussed about academic landscape, 50,000 plus colleges, more than 4.5 crore admissions every year, close to about 14 lakh people take admissions, 12 lakh people graduate from engineering colleges, plus employability ratio is just about 90%. 90% of them don't get employed, only 10% get employable skills in the academia. Plus, we live in an era of abundance. Everything is in abundance. We are the largest human population country in the world with 1.4 billion population, and only we have the human capital to solve the world's complex problems. This being the scenario, we have some problems on hand. The problems are academia. When I joined industry in 1995, we have been discussing about industry-academia collaboration, where in 2023 we are still discussing industry-academia collaboration. And that's a great sign, I must tell you, sign of progress, sign of prosperity if you call it, sign of efforts, a lot of efforts are happening. The second thing is, we are dealing with 21st century children, we are teaching 19th century curriculum, applying 20th century pedagogy, and teaching to the 21st century students. There is some gap somewhere. The gap between what we were teaching and what we are teaching is the same, and the industry and the world has moved significantly far away from all of us, and then transformation is happening at the speed of light and not at the speed of thought. So disruption is all over the place. So what do we do as a community? Now industry cannot slow down. There are tons of opportunities available. We are actually such a dichotomy in the world today as a country. We have more than 12 lakh engineering graduates every year, and there are more than 200,000 jobs available, and several of them are looking for jobs, but they're not getting the jobs. That's the story of automation and all of that stuff. But again, here the issue is, look at the data. I was thinking when I was preparing these few slides, based on the data that I got from Ganesh and several others actually in this room, I was looking at who is leading this AI revolution in the world. I thought it is India. I thought it is America. I thought it is Europe. Actually, it's none of us. There is one country in the Asian world which is really, really adopting AI in a big way. But India as a country, the number of projects on GitHub is about 24.2% of the global AI projects are delivered by India. That's a great news. Automation, the world, we are living in a Hubo world. Like we saw Anna, we are also seeing bots in action in our respective offices today. We have Alexa, Sophia, Siri, and whatnot actually, Watson and everybody else, and more coming. So next time when you go back to your office, look next chair, who is sitting. That could be a bot sitting and then working 200 times faster than your and mine capability together. So it's going to be a Hubo world. So I was doing some research, and we were trying to find out what are the kind of future of jobs that we will see. And I was shocked, and I needed some water to be back into my real sense, what we looked at was 80% of the jobs that exist in 2030, we do not have a job description for them. 80% of the jobs that will exist in 2030, we do not know the capabilities, skills required for us to execute those jobs. That is an opportunity, and that is a challenge as well for all of us. So in this environment, now, earlier we were working for, there were companies in Japan, there's some companies in some other world where people take one employment, retire. I think now we are in an era that we can't think of retirement. Job, skill, reskill, upskill, keep continuing to learn. So that is the era we are living in. So if this is an era, this is an opportunity that we have, this is a landscape that we are living with, so what is that we can do? What is the opportunity for all of us? So what do we do? So I request all the panel members to please settle down. And we have very little time. Each one of you will get only one question. I think we have done a lot of preparation as a team. It's great to have some experts here. The first question for Karthik is, all of you got mics?
Check.
Everybody has a mic, right? So, what is the impact of disruption in education from AI and automation technologies? Karthik, can you please help us?
Sure. Javed, before leaving, touched my forehead and said something. I forgot everything now. All right, so let me kind of give a story for that answer. So I work for Biocon Biologics, and then we have a company driver who comes to me, and this guy does a lot of charity work. So he comes to my cabin one day and says that, sir, I'm actually doing some initiatives for rural children. So could you kind of contribute? Then immediately my response was, Murugan, see, I do some stuff, and then there are villages, I said, near Hosur side, which is where our plant is. I said I kind of contribute some books to them. So Murugan looked at me and smiled, and he challenged me saying that, sir, don't do that. Okay, I was like taken aback. I said, it's for a good cause, it's for the education, it's for the academics. Poor children, they'll not be able to afford, so I'm just doing a bit what I can do. So he said, sir, no, can you next time not give them books, and can you buy them a TV? I said, TV? Then he said, okay, this is a real story which happened 2 months back. So there's this place, I don't know how many of you know, so if you further go after Hosur towards Denganikote, there's this small village called, before Rayakote, called Palakod, right? So he said, he gave me a live example of what's happening in that school. He says, teachers don't come and teach the kids, right? So we have a projector, we have a TV, we have a screen, so we play the curriculum to them, okay? And I said, wow. And he also said, all age group of kids come in, and this is a government school, and this is an initiative taken by Murugan and few other friends. Said we play the curriculum and children kind of sit for the classes. If they are interested in the subject, they come for the same classes, next classes, adaptive learning, right? So I think morning we heard a lot of generative AI and stuff. So I think gone are the days. Hello. Gone are the days where one size fits all kind of a curriculum was kind of taught in the schools. So he mentioned that this is how he actually invited me, which I said I will come and do that. So he said, come and see how education is taught in these remote schools and villages. I think that kind of answers your question on where education is going. It's completely changed. We still send our kids to normal schools, and we still sometimes we do conventional, traditional ways of education, but in remote places, initiatives like this kind of disrupts and changes the way education is being taught, right? So this to me is, in this sector, automation, AI, whatever we speak, but the kind of knowledge these kids are going to get are totally going to be different, very advanced than what some of us actually thought education should be. Sure. So that's probably one, and I know we have time constraint, I can go on and on. If you actually see ChatGPT touched 1 million in any guesses, like in 5 days, right? And wherein Instagram took 3.5 months, Facebook 10 months, and Netflix 3.5 years. But I think that's the power of AI in this space. So everybody is like, all of us went and tried, can you write this email, right? Many of my team members started writing better emails, after using ChatGPT. And when I see the tone of the email, I know that you didn't write this email because you're working with me for 4-5 years. I think that kind of sums up the answer. So I'll kind of keep my rest of the points for a little later. So thanks, Nanjan.
Thank you, Karthik. You reminded me of my village. I come from a small village in northern Karnataka. I studied in a school where there was no roof. But today, when I go back to school, people are using computers. They're using mobiles to learn online content. And they are getting extremely good grades in the respective districts and so on and so forth. So AI has really entrenched in every segment of the academics. Now let me go back to my dear friend, and we share a common company, Ashish. What is the impact of AI and automation on employability in the industry today? Do you think job market is going to shrink? Do you think job market is going to expand? What are your thoughts, and then what would be your suggestions to all of us in this room?
Thanks. So AI as a discipline existed for 20-30 years, and those who studied computer science, there's a black box, some input comes, some processing happens, nobody knows what's happening inside. But there were products like the NeuroFuzzy, NeuroLogic, high-end products were there. It did not affect all of us. Since last 1 year, we have seen versions over versions. Now what we can do today, we can summarize the text, we can rephrase the text, we can create some content, we can get executive summary out of somebody else's speech. So a lot of things people are doing and we can do. And 1 or 2 years probably we get 5 version of ChatGPT before we get 5G phone, 6G phone, the other technology which is emerging. So a lot of things are about to happen. Now, as in the morning we were saying disruption, earlier seniors used to tell and assign the task, do this. Now probably Abhishek will need a Shagun, let's do this together. You guide me, we move together, not I assign you work and then we move forward. So what will change? Say for example, earlier somebody used to write a code. I will write a code, a pair person will check the code, tester will formally see it's working. Now when you go to ChatGPT or AI, it will give you ready-made working code. So it looks like very easy thing to do assignments as a student. But in industry, I can't expose my code base to external entity and say, write the code because customer can do on their own. They will never come to us if it is that easy. So though these tools will help us, we will need certain level of diligence, what can be exposed, what can be done in the outside environment and what has to be done in-house. It's not that easy because code is available, tested code and running code is available. Anybody will do it and a lot of jobs will go. So what will happen is jobs will change, job will get enriched. We need a high level of judgment, a senior person to decide what can be exposed, what can be leveraged. So it will take a kind of a 3 or 4 tier of people to understand how do we leverage this technology, how this benefits outweigh the risk which comes from data privacy, which comes from hacking, which comes from breaches. So we need to balance both the views.
Sure. Great, thank you so much. Just further a few more inputs. The biggest challenge for the industry today is there are more than 50% of our existing workforce which needs urgent, critical reskilling or upskilling. Otherwise they'll become obsolete in the system. That's the biggest challenge that we are seeing from an employability standpoint of view. And regular large organizations like LTI, Infosys, Cognizant, the Big Four, everybody is trying to reinvent their existing talent. One way is to hire new talent, but not let go of the existing talent. So the point is, the existing talent needs to be upskilled, reskilled on a continuous basis. That's a big, big challenge. Second is, if you don't change your job, jobs can be there, but the role and nature of the jobs are changing dramatically. For you to remain relevant in the industry, for the jobs that you are in, you must adapt to the new changing environment. Thank you, Ashish, for those inputs. Now, I have a question for Sumit. What do you think our current education system, are we lagging in adopting the disruptive technology, or what do you think we are very much on par with everything that's happening in the world, and what we should be doing? Could you please throw some light on that?
Thanks for the question. So for me, disruptive technology is step 2. Step one is hygiene. For me, that is your curriculum and infrastructure. I'll tell you why. So, like we said, right, there are 50,000 colleges in India. Relevant to our audience, there are 6,000 plus engineering AICT approved campuses in India, right? With a country of our population, it is good to have these many institutions. But is the quality directly proportional to the number? So we have 6,000, right? I have my campus recruiter peer friends, right? If I ask them, how many names of campuses out of 6,000 would you know? You would say, let's say 100. If you add IITs plus NITs plus some campuses, why not others? Because we feel that, okay, the quality, they are still not at the catch-up game. I always give example of BITS and IITs, right? I go back in 2017-18, COVID was not there, but AI ML was knocking our doors. We were, after the campuses changed the curriculum, you should be teaching this, there was a lot of resistance. BITS was up in the game. IIT started the elective program. Then suddenly what happened? COVID came in. Now what we were forcing, now it was by force, not by choice. The colleges had to adopt all these technology interventions. That is where a lot of edtech startups starting come into picture. Now when I say that, I will give you an example related to that. Now YouTube started emerging as a biggest university. EdTech program started saying, I will teach you AI, I'll teach you ML. Just enroll for this 1 month program and all of that. So students were getting skilled. Again, it was by force. This is, I would always say COVID is one of the best things that could have happened for education. It is a blessing in disguise. Now, what it meant was, still not everybody was up to the game. I'll give you an example of one of our flagship competitions, Grid. We launched this, so what we started using was, now the recruitment process is democratized. We stopped using the word tiering of campuses, because right now, we know that somebody sitting in a Haringatta in West Bengal could be learning AI and ML and could be my next employee. So that is when we did, and we ran that program. We had a whopping around more than 2 lakh registrations from 2,000 campuses, but still 4,000 campuses were not part of it. What is the reason? What was stopping them to register over there? And trust me, when one of our robotics winner came in, to everybody's surprise, the student from a college in Tiruvul in Tamil Nadu, Pratisha College of Engineering, none of the Flipkart employees had heard the name. That is the beauty of technology and the disruption that came into picture. Now when I say this, now adoption was still not there. How do you do that? To answer your second part of it, right? Now an ecosystem has been created. You have an institution, you have these edtech startups, and you have the companies over there. There is no competition between them. An education institute should not be feared of an edtech company. This ecosystem should come together and solve for future. Banks, like we always thought it has to be always aligned. Now banks are partnering with MasterCard, Visa, PhonePe, XPay, YPay and all of that. Same thing for ecosystem has to be created. To the last point, right, in order to enable that, that is where recruiters have also to come into picture. Now this ecosystem has to go hand in hand and ensure even somebody sitting in a West Bengal has access to technology, because now the playing field has been leveled. So that for me, the disruption has happened, but I would say still long way to go before we sleep peacefully.
Thank you. Very, very bang on actually. The academia should not look at AI as a threat. I think the era or the time has come for all of us to converge HI and AI together. What I mean is artificial intelligence and human intelligence. All the time ChatGPT is not right. Similarly, students or the academia can take help of ChatGPT but apply your human intelligence. What I call it is a hybrid intelligence. So create environment in academia, even in the industry for that matter, to build this hybrid intelligence and then spread your tentacles across to your respective stakeholders to be able to create a level playing field. Thank you. Thank you so much. The next question I come to my good friend Naveen. You know, the country, India, led by an extremely popular, able government leader, several transformational policies have taken place. What do you think is the role of government in transforming the academic landscape and the policy framework of the policymakers in creating an evolving era in the area of AI and disruption? Can you just throw some light on that?
Sure. So government definitely plays a very big role, because they can influence, they can create they can enforce, right? For example, if we have to talk about some of the examples of UPI, right, which is one of the big success for India. We have DigiLocker, we have examples of Arogya Setu app, right, during the vaccination time.
Yeah.
So the kind of outreach that they have to the entire public, and like you rightly said, the current government is emphasizing on the digital world. They understand the importance. They also have a lot of programs that they are currently driving. But this will again not be complete till the time there is a support from the corporate sector and the academia. Right, so everyone have to work together. While the government can lay the intent, but end of the day, academia and the corporate industry have to support that particular intent. So I think that is something that government has to do, and they are very actively doing it right now. There's also the national artificial intelligence, right? That's a national program for artificial intelligence. So this particular program is again basically to create a research and development team which will basically work on exploring AI's possibilities, training people on that, and ensuring that these people are training other people in the coming years. So that way the steps have already been taken by the government. It's all about how does it penetrate to the entire public, and government has to also, they can cut out a budget for AI investment, ensuring that there are online tools that are available to facilitate people to learn AI. They can have a lot of different schools, where they can teach people. And I think this is very, very important, and because India has got a very large young population, to ensure that they are becoming employable and are self-sustaining, they have to ensure that they are investing at this moment. Because if they miss the bus by a couple of years, then it's going to be a very difficult time, and there will be a lot of unemployment in India. So I think that is one of the things that government has to focus on, and also academia. And the other point that is also a lot of people who are maturing in the industry, right, who are like 10-year experience, 15-year experience. So it's not about focusing only on the young generation or people who are studying in colleges and schools, but it's also about reskilling, upskilling the people who are carrying 10 years experience, 15 years experience, to ensure that they are also remaining in employment. Because if AI can replace anyone's job, it can even replace anyone who's senior. Right. So now we have to even explore that part in that after 5-10 years, how do we ensure that everyone is employable in the industry? Sure. And the other thing is we have to also focus on the right intent. Because what I've seen in the last 10-15 years is a lot of education industry, academia, they are trying to monetize. Sure. That's why I'll pick up line from what Nathan had said with respect to learn to earn, from learn to earn to learn and earn. So similarly, my request would be from the academia would be in terms of teach, not to earn, but teach and learn, teach and earn. Sure. So that way people are, doing the right intent, investing. And this is basically used to be a noble profession, right? Quite some time back. So we have to stick to that particular noble profession, ensure that we are doing the right intent, right drive, and we are looking at the future of our country and not just looking at immediate need of, monetizing something.
Sure. Thank you so much. Few data points on what government is doing on adopting the technology disruption. I'm sure all of you are aware. 1.4 billion people data is on Aadhaar. Every day, there are 85 million transactions happening on other platform. Seamless, without any hassle. That's huge step forward from the government of India on a technology side. Second is, the government has created a huge skill mission. Several institutions, several organizations, several leaders are working on building the skill capability of the country. And the third one is, I think Rajiv Chandrasekhar and team are working on and already rolled out the data protection policy where India's data will remain in India. So there is a lot of work happening on the government side. What is required is for us to be aware of what government is doing. Well, there is one thing that we need from the government is to bring in some sort of a governance in applying and using AI, because AI can be very disruptive. It can be very pervasive and invasive as well. So we need to bring in some governance. So great point. Thank you so much, Naveen. And next is, I think I'll come to my dear friend Geeta. I think she's the very special person in this panel, and she's dealing with extremely very different kind of a challenge that she's solving. Geeta, please help us to understand how we can ensure an equitable access to quality education and equal opportunities for all elements of society in the organization, and how AI and digital disruptions can help us in enabling all of these things.
Sure. My name is Geetika. Just to give some background, because Sir was calling out, like I am working in a space which is very different. So I'm the co-founder of an organization called as Atypical Advantage, which is helping people with disabilities get job opportunities. Just to answer your question in terms of how we can make it equitable, right? I think we first want to understand why is it that we are not equal in terms of opportunities and education. It is primarily because of various factors. It could be socioeconomic factors, gender disparity, rural-urban disparity. Technology is not reaching beyond tier 2 cities even today. So, and then the space that I am working in, like accessibility is a big issue. So there are various factors, but as my co-panelist was calling out, COVID was a blessing in disguise, which helped reach technology into like remotest of the places. Having said that, what I feel, there are multiple institutes that have to play a role over here. The government bodies, the educational institutions, the corporates, the individuals. But since we are sitting in a corporate conference, I'll just focus on where the private players can play a significant role. I think it has to start right from the early education, where as we are all talking about technology, the technology penetration needs to happen at the earliest of the education levels. And I'll just quote one example. I was in Ahmedabad doing a field trip, and I visited a school which is run by blind teachers for the visually impaired candidates. And to my surprise, I saw that they are learning courses in Braille, which is obviously through which they learn. But what they have not realized is that the world globally has moved to more technology-based courses, and most of the work is happening on mobile and laptops, but kids over there are still learning in Braille. And it's a very beautiful school, but I was very surprised and shocked. Which brings me to my second point, that it is also important for us to train the teachers. And what is not happening today is that we have to train, upskill these teachers so that they know what are the technologies that are coming up, so that they can in turn impart this technological knowledge to their students. The third point I want to make, which a lot of people have not been talking about, if you look at where the world is shifting towards, right, the education is not just limited to schools and colleges. These digital learning platforms have picked up all of a sudden. So the Coursera's and the Udemy's of the world are also teaching a lot of skills to us today. And again, something where we have to create more, we have to do a lot of more work and create a dent is in a lot of areas where these skilling platforms are also not focusing. Again, I'll quote an example from the work that I am doing in the space of helping people with disabilities. A lot of these people, we are helping get them placed into factory units now. And to my surprise, there isn't even one single platform that is focusing on teaching them ITI courses, which are the need of the hour for manufacturing plants. Similarly, there is not even one single platform that teaches courses in sign language. And then how do you make sure that hearing impaired candidates can learn a course? Most of these platforms are not even accessible for people with visual impairment. So I think these digital learning platforms also have a role to play in today's time. And the challenges are enough, but technologies are solving for a lot of problems. I'm looking towards a future in AI where a hearing impaired candidate, when they are making sign language, the tool will be able to pick up the sign language and convert it into human speech, so that it will not be an inhibition for a corporate to hire a person with hearing impairment. And similarly, when there will be a time that a person with a locomotor disability who probably cannot enter an office premise will be able to sit in the comfort of their home and have meetings with their team by wearing some glasses or using the AR technology. So that is a future I am looking forward to through the AI and the automation space, and I'm very hopeful that will happen.
Lovely, lovely.
I would like to add something. When you said that there is no such technology or no such learning tool which can convert a sign language to a text, or can someone read but cannot hear. So Chitkara University has a startup which has been awarded recently.
Yeah.
They have recently developed, the students developed, that's what Piyush Garg was talking about, where they have developed where a sign language can convert all your into a text and a script which they can read it out. So
That's wonderful. Yeah.
Lovely,
Yeah.
lovely.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we had a demo of that actually when we were there last time. Yeah, correct. See, there are two categories of people. One is people with able body and a disabled mind. And the second is there are people with disability but a very, very powerful and able mind. I think what is required is the need of the hour is to open your doors and your hearts and minds to what I call as PWD. My ex-colleague is here. I think we were talking about doing coffee session about persons with disability in the organizations. You should create an opportunity for people to come and work and then contribute to the overall progress and success. So there are very, very bright and young minds. I was talking to Geetika. There is an organization called Samarthanam for the blind. And if next time if Chinmay calls these people, 100% blind people, they will perform like a super rock stars. And you will have no idea that they don't have a vision. So there are people with extraordinary capabilities, and disability is only in the mind, in the hearts. We must have to open our minds and hearts to be more able to embrace them and then accommodate in the organization. So thank you so much. With the paucity of time, we can go on and on this subject. This is very close to my heart. If each one of you can give one advice or one suggestion to all of us in this room, what are those practical, workable strategies and solutions for us to, both academia as well as industry, to be able to implement in our respective organization and then take it forward? Starting with Karthik.
Sure. I think my request to the corporates and the institutions here, like first to the corporates, right? Adopt institutions, right? I think today a lot of us are changing the way we are recruiting from colleges, right? Last 2 years, we've kind of moved away from tiering colleges and going to colleges where we get talent. I think that's the state today. When I say adopt, tie up with colleges, right? So most of us are recruiters here. We know that finding talent, the right talent is always a challenge, right? So every time you go to a recruiter, and we saw some stats on how many people India produces and what's the employability rate. We need to change the way we recruit people. Stop hiring, stop looking for experienced resources from outside, right? So tie up with institutions, bring them on board. Geetika mentioned about send those lecturers, professors to the corporate offices, let them see, how things are done, and probably, we need to start the change from there. And same thing for institutions as well, right? Rather than approaching colleges to recruit people, so sign up MOU, sign up some kind of arrangement where you have a long-term collaboration, right? So I just give a small example and then pass it on to my colleagues here. So in Biocon, we run Biocon Academy, which is probably known to too many people. So Kiran herself oversees this, and we're running this for the last 15 years. So it's a world-class training setup. Last week I got a chance to go to the new facility. So we have simulators. Somebody who's entering, a fresher comes in, you send the person to a production flow, shop flow. The person is clueless, right? So what you study is not what you kind of end up doing there in the shop floor. So we kind of, put all the simulators there. There are courses from 6 months to 1 year, 18 months courses where people come, learn, interact with different business leaders, and we even give an option for them to kind of pick up what they want to do, right? Rather than force-fitting people. So many of the times we go to colleges, we recruit people. I've told my recruiters to stop doing that last 3 years, right? So you have a standard job description. I think you mentioned that job descriptions are outdated. Nobody does what's mentioned in the job description. We need to give them options and not force fit them into, okay, you're recruited for this, you move into quality, production, R&D. 3-4 years, till 3-4 years back, this was the state. And I started meeting campus recruits, and these are from good institutions. After 1 year, 2 years, they come back and say that I want to leave, right? Why? Because this is not my passion. Rather, create that passion, right? Create the passion from day one. So another program, what we do is, I think many of you would have heard it. This is again supported by the government. The apprentice, LSSDC, partners with many institutions does this. You can recruit 5% of your organization's strength as part of apprentice. Many of us don't use this. So what that means is they come, join you, we pay them a internship fee, and they kind of learn the work for 6 months. And we give an option to them. You have the right to choose if you want to continue or not. And we went one step ahead and solved another problem. In the manufacturing setup, it's always a myth that women can't work in shop floors and they don't prefer this job. We broke that myth. We were 16%. Today we are 35% on the shop floor. In the last 2 years, this is last 2 years data. What we did was just giving some stats, right? So let's say 100 people we recruit part of the apprentice program. We recruited 90 women in that batch. And we said, you learn 6 months, you can go to the shop floor, read SOPs and do the job. At the end of it, we give you an option to attend the interview and then move forward if you want to. 75% of them said yes, and they said we want to work in the shop floor. I think otherwise it's deep-rooted, right? So we all say that, and we broke those barriers and we changed it. I think we need to revamp, we need to relook at the way we recruit people, especially the early talent. That's probably many organizations are trying to solve. And that's probably my 2 bits of advice on what we can do different.
Thank you so much. Please keep your suggestions brief because in the paucity of time. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think while we are talking about employability, right, everyone focuses on skills. But where people are really missing out is on the software aspect. With a lot of technology being embraced or integrated with everything, your work is getting more and more automated, right? The differential factor that is left is on your soft skill. So, request everyone to, also focus on the soft skill aspect. And there are times that we also interview candidates, right? Technically, they're really good, but where they're not able to perform is on the communication part or the mindset part or the approach part. I think that's something that people should focus on along with the technology, also on the software aspect. And for the software aspect, what corporate should do is spend more and more time, helping the academia in terms of improving the students, right? And again, for the academia, one of the advices that I had is I've seen a lot of them calling corporate people to the campuses, right? It is more like a check in the box. There's hardly any interaction between the students and the panel. They just come, attend the panel and they go out, right? But I think there should be more interaction with the corporate panel so that they really understand, they get inspired, they get motivated, they get a flavor of the corporate industry and not just limited to a particular seminar for half an hour, 1 hour, and then it is done, right? Because I've seen a lot of students not being interested, or students who are interested but not getting enough time to interact with the corporate people.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just building on this, right? I have a small analogy which I use, right? These days, neither the companies nor the students like an arranged marriage. When companies go to campus, interview each other for 1 hour and then jat mangni patwaya, right? Now everybody needs a courtship period. Now how do we enable that courtship period? What institutions can do, right? First is create a right profile of the students. If you don't have infrastructure, tie up, invest in the right companies who will teach your students the right technologies and assess them and give a detailed report to the employer. At the same time, what employers should do is open up the internship window for them. Now that is a two-way street. Institutes have to be flexible. It gives me pain when I hear all these campuses, they follow a 2-month internship model. Why not a 6-month or a 1 year or a 2-year internship where students can go anytime? I hear Chitkara does it, right? I'm starting doing it ages back. Chitkara is following it, right? What stops institutions from having a flexible internship model? Because that internship will give them the courtship period. You interact with each other and then you decide whether this is the right company or this is the right student. So that is where it is a two-way street, and that would be my 2 cents, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sumit, I just one line there. I represent Chitkara. I also connect with more than 3,000 colleges to the platform. It's not under the control of the institutions until they're a state university or a private university to take such such
autonomy
policies or autonomy. It's basically the technical universities who like AST or they are under some BPUT or some other universities. So it's not under the control of the universities or the institutions until they are a state or a private institution, they have problems.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the major problem.
So that is where all colleges should come together, right? Because right now, if you ask me, my biggest target is to hire 6-month interns from January to June in the last semester. Because I want to train them just like the apprentice model and then give them an offer. But I see there are only 15 campuses in the India who would give me that student pool. That is where this system has to change, right? Why can BITS do it and others cannot, right? So.
Sure. Yes, Geetika.
Yeah. I would recommend that at least the individuals and communities at their own level of where they're operating should take actions. I'll again quickly quote an example. We conducted a chat GPT and prompt engineering workshop for our community of people with disabilities. It is unheard of that someone like conducted a course for them, because we want to make sure that these people are up to date with technology. So that is on the individuals and community level. In the corporate side, I would say that it is not the time to sit and assume that your employees are going to skill themselves up. That is a myth that a lot of corporates believe, that the employee should reskill or upskill. Instead, you should create boot camps, reskilling programs for your own employees, and latest technology should be adopted so that people in your organization are upskilled, and then you can absorb them into various new technological rules. So that is a recommendation I would make to the organizations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chadha Saab.
Mine is for personal use, so it's about risk planning. All of us are using devices with data. Probably if you go to your home, you will find almost 10, 12 devices with your own data. And composite information stored in those data is sufficient enough to do a lot of things. So it's a saying, God is seeing everything, but hundreds of cyber criminals are waiting for you to make mistakes.
Yeah.
So your name is there, your date of birth, you're in custody of date of birth of your friends, bank account details of your family members. So be mindful of what you're dealing with and how you can keep it safe. Once you give it, you can't get it back. It's always there forever for them to use. So be mindful what you're keeping it, how you're storing it. Information which gets combined, your PIN code, your phone number, you are away, somebody calls you, there's a parcel, you say give it to security, you say give me the OTP, your bank account is gone.
Yeah.
So be mindful in the era of AI, cyber criminals are using hybrid intelligence.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much, lovely star-studded panel. If I were to summarize what they said, for industry, please upskill, reskill, make people continuously learn. For academia, open your arms, embrace technology that's coming in your way, and don't feel threatened by that. Open up internship programs. Now, I think I would say one more step further. Allow this faculty to have an internship in an industry so that they get a blend of what they teach and then what their students do in the industry, so that will help. Don't teach students, make them learn. That will be the best way of making everybody skilled and employable. Thank you, dear panel members, all the audience. You've been very patient since morning. Thank you, the host, organizers, for this great event. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about incorporating, don't get scared about AI, start, interfaces, get faculty to actually start working with the industry, and then take that learning back to the educational institutes. So this conversation is going to continue, because my next panel and the final panel for the day is also going to be talking or having a conversation with developing the in-demand skills for the future of work. And the moderator is the head talent acquisition operations at ANSR, Mr. Vishwanath Raju. Can I have a round of applause as he joins me on stage. Wow, now you made me feel like I'm in like a Filmfare award, huh? And then you added Superman to it. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the dais. And just give me a moment, I'll call in all the panelists. Campus hiring an early career at... I'm so sorry. Campus hiring an early career at Brilio. Can I have Miss Ritu Sharma? She is not here with us. Talent acquisition head at RoboSoft Technologies, And it's run by ex-army, I believe, Major Saab, Mr. Shetty. All right, and I'll just call in the next, we're done? Yes, sir, we're done with our panel. Thank you so much, my esteemed panelists, for being here with us, and I'll let Mr. Raju take over. Yes, sir. All yours.
So before I could start, I was told that you have to close this in 10 minutes, right? So, but then don't worry, we'll take minimum 25 minutes, right? So what I will do is just to ensure that our energies are spread across and then we are still talking and lot of people participating. We were talking about some topic. I'm going to give you exactly opposite of the topic so that you start thinking about it, right? So I think Anupam knows me very well. So what I generally tell them as a topic is what I actually talk about it, right? So Anupam, we'll start with you. 21st generation has actually unfolded us with new skills and all that stuff, right? So and then learning opportunities are different, thought process different, ways are different. Maybe if you can throw some light on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa, for picking me first so that I don't have an opportunity to say +1. All right. See, the 21st century and how we are looking into it, how it's unfolding a lot of opportunities for the people here is very different, right? Definitely moving to 21st century in industry, we cannot ignore technology. I think that is the thing which is going to play a very key role in that. The second thing I can think about is a gig economy, like the way people are working, like a freelancer culture, and how do we are putting it there, right? The third part is the demographics that I could see, and like the generational gaps in the company and how the things are moving, learning from each other, and definitely the diversity of the workplace. That's pretty much the key agenda for everyone and the priority for everyone. And some of these things are together along with that environmental sensitivity and like how we can go for the social part of it and how we upskilling the talents and different, your favorite topic like metaverse. How can we do it right in AI and metaverse space and how we can use technology effectively. I think the 21st century is all about that and we are already there. And if we do not realize it now, we'll be late. So that's what my take would be.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping it very short. So we'll go to shift gears to Neil. I think Nadeem, you've been an avid speaker on AI, automation and all that. So with this automation happening across the back of the mind, do you also feel that jobs will change? How does it change? And you just have 2 minutes time. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa. Jobs, what we talk about right now is just a word, right? So most of the time I see candidates are picking jobs because they have to work. They don't have a choice. Right? So at an early stage, it is seen as a career jump, but over a period of time, candidates are also becoming extremely sensitive because they are more or less, they are career oriented. Right? So jobs are transforming to career. So gone are those days where people used to be extremely specialized in a skill and they just want to work upon it and develop a better skill of it. Now the candidates are more or less what I see a job aspirant, they lack patience. Right? They want to do everything very, very fast. They want to grow very fast. They want to retire very fast.
Do we have a media here? He's made a statement. They want to retire very fast.
So we have been hiring candidates. I'm giving a practical example. We are not looking at candidates at a very different skill set altogether. Somebody who is sharp, somebody who has been able to deliver, we are just picking it up. Because there is an uncertainty in the market. We are also not sure whether the hire what we are doing, whether we have the longevity to keep it up. So we are employing the candidates, matching the skills exactly to the need of the organization, and we are paying them $1 per hour. Gone are those days where we used to tackle on the CTC, do the bargaining, do negotiation. Now we are just talking about $1 per hour. So we are paying that money 8 hours per day, 21 days a month. Then translate to 160 hours a month. So candidates are getting a handful, good amount of salary. We are not giving them laptop. We are not giving them PF, gratuity, superannuation, nothing. Right? So they just get the money wherever they want. We just want them to deliver. Right? So they are the future ready workforce who believes in adopting technology as the time moving on. And thanks to the rapid change in technology, the skill what is needed yesterday is not the need today or not even tomorrow. So they are sensing it, what is the exact need, and they are quickly grappling it, and they are performing. So that's what the current trend right now, and we are just on it.
Thank you. I think shifting your gear a little bit, Ritu, now we see a lot of education institutions here. We wanted you to tell us how educational institutions should play their role in this part in terms of skilling and upskilling and all that stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa. So just adding to what Nadeem said, education institutions play a big role in making the future talent ready. The need of the hour now is certainly to do the need assessment analysis every year. Gone are those days that you keep teaching the same stuff and you just continue with that, and the focus should shift from placements, because like Nadeem said, it's just opportunity which a candidate picks up, and that's what we see. And at least 50% of them are not clear why they are picking that role, what is the need, and what are they going to do. So a couple of things. One, every year they need to do a bit of need assessment on what industry needs and then prepare students. Tie up, collaborate closely with corporates, industry, with respect to hiring needs, with respect to the demand, the skills requirement. Other panels already spoke about internship opportunities. So yeah, why not make the last semester as industry experience, exposure, and they start working, which is a good platform. And yes, upgrade the course and curriculum. Need to revisit, revise it continuously. One factor which I see which students miss, and this is an experience on each and every campus I go, they're very good technically, but they are not able to express so how they can be vocal about it, how they can express what they have learned, application of what they're learning. They're very good with theory, concepts, but do they think back that where am I going to apply, how I'm going to apply, how this is going to help me in. So providing those live opportunities, experiences, projects, and we keep hearing this, that industry should provide. So I have a message which I keep telling in all my conversations with this, with fresh talent, that look around, look within your own college, look within your own community. There are immense number of problems that you can solve using the knowledge that you have. So that's my advice.
Thank you, thank you. I think you said that it's important to reinvent. So I'll shift gears to maybe Sogata. You've been in campus, and one of the figures campus always looks at, right? So you've visited tier 1, tier 2 and all that stuff, but then there's also an element of training institutes here, right? We're not talking about the upgrades and all that, but then talking about it, right? So do you see a role that they should be playing, and how do you think that will transform the landscape of talent? Thank you.
Definitely, thank you. And just a brief thanks to all the audience. They have been very patient and, still bearing with us. So thank you for staying with us. At least we make us feel important, that we actually matter. Thank you.
Yeah. He did not even answer it, actually.
Okay. Coming back to your question, Vish. Yeah, definitely the training institutes do matter. But one thing I would like to suggest is most of the training institutes, they have trainers. And these trainers are all theoretical trainers. They are trainers by profession. What it can help is if the training institutes get some industry professionals to come and take the classes. And maybe in a part-time job and all. Because what I have seen is when an industry professional is talking to the students are more attentive, because they know that isko practical aata hai. He has done it actually. What he is preaching, he has done it. So there is much more attentiveness. There is much more related question which they ask. And I've seen that the students are very bright.
Yeah.
But the thing is that sometimes the training institutes force feed them so many things that they stop thinking from their own mind. They stop using it. So I've seen that during the interview session, 90% of the students are asking me, for example, when I ask, do you have any question? They all ask me the same question. So it means they have been fed that this is the question you should ask. So sometimes, so the training institute should also encourage the students to think on their feet, think logically and bring some actual professionals from the industry. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Sogata. So let's go to Venu. By all means, I think you should be knowing he's a Padma Shri awardee nominee, and he's also done a great work in healthcare and society. So Venu, you come from National Aerospace Laboratories, lot of people you hire day in, day out. Do you think industry has a role in playing, in ensuring that the upskilling is happening from the industry standpoint? Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. But before I proceed with the answering, first let me congratulate Vishwanath for his copyright in generative AI. Being a HR guy, he is doing research, and he did the copyright of generative AI for his job profile. So this itself is an example. So whether the industry is helping the people for their upskilling, and I can say that this upskilling is in connection with your routine job. It's nothing to do with that, something extraordinary or out of the box or out of the line of your profession. So definitely it is doing that. And one more thing. So let me take the example of morning session. Mr. Nathan has quoted his experience of recommending underqualified person for some job profile, isn't it? So in that, he made a statement that he was the boss and he recommended the profile. Now, just give me a thought. If the guy who is taking the decision of recommending some underqualified person to some job profile, and the person is not the boss who is taking the decision, will the company accept his recommendation? No. So in such cases, what that guy who is recommending to do? He should have sufficient skills and the statistics or analysis to justify his decision. So in such cases, what that person or HR guy, let me take as HR guy, he should have sufficient data or skill set to justify his decision that this underqualified graduate can perform better than anybody. So that kind of skill set is required in that particular case.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you spoke about some framework, so let's go to Lavnam. So Wipro, we know it's more than a company, it's an institution, by the way, right? So we want to understand, are there any industry frameworks that you would want to talk to the audience that can help in the skilling point of view? Thank you.
So the audience here are two types of audience, one academicians and second from industry. So with regards to upskilling, which is one of the key aspects today to generate the next gen workforce that can leverage the AI and ML and the emerging technologies. So upskilling is something that which you already know something and which you need to start building on and topping up with your talent and with some certifications and all, which is more relevant for the education in institutions. But with regards to reskilling, which is a great concern among industry, right? The workforce which is already adopted to the regular style of working, and suddenly when we are asking them to reskill, learn something entirely different. So one thing that I wanted to quote recently, example that, I have attended one training, right? It is called something called andragogy. So there is two things are there, pedagogy and andragogy. So teaching elders is very difficult than teaching, the new age, the people who have born in digital era, right? We are learning about digital era, but this. So in this quest, I have attended one training, and for 4 days I was able to cope up with my trainer, and after that, when it comes to programming, and I was completely lost. I was not able to learn anything. But I have to complete the certifications, and I have sat with my colleague who is much younger than me in terms of experience and all.
Reverse mentoring.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say is, while we all should think that, in the reskilling, instead of approaching it at one kind of an approach, we need to ensure we understand the learning patterns of the individuals and then frame the models is what very important. And the other panels have spoken about establishing center of excellence, teaching people with internship definitely helps, project-based learning and all.
talking in the last, you can still say that all my points have been taken up. Thank you. Okay, you want to add something? I think we can take 1 or 2 questions from audience before we wrap up. All tough questions to Anupam and then easy questions to all of us.
So just one thing I'd like to quote here. So everyone I heard, like, they're giving some real life example. I thought of, you're talking about 21st industry transformation. So I'm basically from a place called Prayagraj in UP that used to be called Allahabad earlier. So I was visiting my native last week during Dashera, and just to go through my memory lane, what I've done during my childhood. And that time there was a tea stall called Gupta tea stall near Ganga Ghat. And I used to go then during my school time. Good tea and good fun with the friends and all. After 6, 7 years, I visited the same tea stall that becomes New Age Gupta tea stall. So I was a little curious to understand, what is this New Age? Then he said, we have done, because there's a more crowd and less staff available, so he has created some WhatsApp group where order can be placed with a table number and the order will be delivered. I said, fantastic. This time I visited, the tea stall name was completely changed. I saw some picture somewhere. He put that name as Chai GPT. Gupta become GPT and tea become Chai. Then I said, okay, fine, what is that? Because sir, आजकल वो एक नया वो ऐप आया है ना जो सब कुछ बताता है. हमने कहा, yes, you are right. But it simply, like, if you ask in the right question, they will give the right answer. But why this name you chose? Can you see, I have hired 3 people in my shop. And like Allahabad kind of city, like they're famous for political discussion over tea, or some legal opinion over tea, or maybe some medical thing. So he makes sure one pharmacy guy, one person who is practicing law and one political knowledge guy, they are every time to engage people. People are questioning, they're giving answers, they're giving opinion about it. So it becomes a Chai GPT. So this is the evolution. If you do not upgrade at any point of time, you think you are good. And if he would have thought, I am from a city where the most active Bhagwan of Hindu mythology, like Hanumanji, you will see him everywhere, either he is fighting or flying or he is doing something. That is the place he is sleeping. If he had thought that way, then he could have never put the revolution in his shop and the way he is approaching his industry and his stall.
Nice. Nice example. Thank you very much. So I don't see any hands raising.
I came across this Chai GPT and it was written powered by AI, Adrak and Elaichi.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, team. I think it was wonderful. Any passing comments that you want to make about anything that you would want to talk about? We still have 1 more minute.
So one thing that I wanted to emphasize on being, a lot of HR leaders are here. We interact with our workforce management teams day in, day out. A lot of confusion around that, when you don't have enough projects and reskilling, upskilling and all. So we need to give them a confidence and we need to take them into the confidence that human beings, we can do a lot of wonders and we can learn better. We can create that difference when it comes to, even though AI influence is more, we need to ask our project managers to trust in their team members so that they can learn and they can do better and they can do any kind of things with a great enablement that we need to give them. This is one point that we need to advocate to our team members.
So what I feel is don't get scared about what is going to happen tomorrow, right? So let's live for today. There is nothing going to change tomorrow. So stay relevant, stay focused, just keep your eyes and ears open and think what is something which is going to take it, right? So don't get feared or don't get scared about anything. Somebody in earlier session they said high tech, high touch, right? So I will tell, instead of high touch, it is human touch. Okay, high tech, human touch is needed. Finally, we are dealing with people who comes with a lot of emotions and feelings, and we need to respect their feelings and emotions. And nobody else can do that better than us, our human beings. So let's stay relevant about it.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce my next speaker. Many of us in our lives, oh, I got stuck in traffic, life is so challenging, life is so bad. Oh, the weather was bad today, something like that happened. And then, you know, this is life, it's not so good. How many of us do that? We crib, right, so many times, right? Easy, we are all humans, right? But, and we think life, it's, you know, life is challenging, it's an adversary to move around in traffic or to achieve things, financial things, or sometimes finances don't work and things like this. How many of us accept that? We crib about it, correct? So ladies and gentlemen, we thought of having a speaker from a field that sees adversary at the highest level. And that is the Indian Defense Forces. For me to introduce a speaker is also personally a matter of honor. Reason being, Fauj ka khana maine bhi bahut baar khaya. I've been to the rejection center Allahabad. And I don't know how many of you have ever applied, or your brothers or sisters, anybody has applied. They give the same speech every time. Shah Rukh Khan came here, Ganguly came here, but they'll never tell you where were you lagging. And then they'll send you home. And trust me, that's the most depressing thing, to remove that badge, hand it over and walk out of that academy. You're like, okay, one more year. So for me to get this gentleman here on stage is immense pleasure. He's going to be talking about the threshold of leadership. And trust me, being in the Forge, you learn leadership by, as we say, cutting your teeth out. It's by sheer grit that you learn leadership there. Ladies and gentlemen, I want a thunderous round of applause because he is the Vishisht Seva Medal honored by he's the holder of the Vishisht Seva Medal honored by the President of India. Keep the applause going on, ladies and gentlemen. He was involved of a corps which is also called the King. If you know the Fauji terms and parlance, let me just tell you this. Infantry is like, people don't love infantry. Anybody who wants to join will say no infantry, but they always want to go for artillery because it's called the King. And the biggest example, we never saw wars because I think most of us were not there after 62 and 71. We are just newborns, so or millennials mostly. But we saw artillery really hammering the lives out of intruders at Kargil. And he was the head. Ladies and gentlemen, the former Additional Director General for Artillery for the Indian Armed Forces, please welcome Major General SVB Singh on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, and the galaxy of industry leaders, I am really humbled by your Master of Ceremonies because he has raised me to a level. A short person is making me feel very tall. So my gratitude to the organizers here at the first, Mr. Chinmay, who spoke to me a few times, or we spoke to each other, and he was another motivator to me to take on this talk. So my subject allocated is threshold of leadership and leadership in adversity. That's what Mr. Chinmay invoked upon me to speak on. But as I heard Dr. Chaudhary, you know, I felt more Indian than ever before. How was that? Because he spoke about the license Raj. And my mind was casting that India to the world, particularly the Western world, was known as a nation of snake charmers. And today, India, the Bharat, is charming the nation. We are sitting in the fulcrum of the two ends of the world's continuum and being the balancer. And when we say, and it's been said, we are looking to be a superpower, I think it is you who is going to take us forward in that as leaders of industry. And when I say industry, I also imply the military-industrial complex. Now, you see, leadership in adversity, we got to strategize it. And how that strategy comes, I can recall to you what Mike Tyson said about strategy. He said, everyone has a strategy till you've hit a punch in your face. And that is where adversity activates your senses. Let me tell you that influential leaders emerge from adversity in all walks of life. Because adversity is something like I want to compare with a blacksmith who turns out steel. He hammers, beats it hard, and what turns out is 10 times more robust metal. And what happens to us when we start wearing uniform? And I'll tell you, I wore uniform from the age of 11. I went to the Rashtriya Indian Military College, which is an entry through the UPSC exam. And today, in the audience, I have got my another gunner mate from the artillery, my classmate, who belongs to Bangalore, and he honored me by his presence, Colonel K.S. Sirikant. And he and his wife are leaders in the wellness world today. So we have been there now 60 diamond years plus. So we call ourselves as the diamonds. So that is it. Now let us face it, that significance, opportunity in different walks of life, to use every setback to harden the steel of your leadership is what is most important. And our academy training just trains us for that, and we call it Ragda that made us Takda. That is rigor. We fit for all sorts of rigor. You see, we are trained, we are hammered. The body is roughened and toughened. And so when you are in service, when you are in the operational areas, when you are in your war, when you hear the artillery shells flying over you, you get battle inoculated. And how is it? And that is it. When your mind, when you're dog tired, the mind tells you, go the distance. And so you realize that apart from physical tiredness, your mind has been trained to overcome great obstacles. I was a brigade major in Kargil, but that was way back in 87, 89, and Kargil war happened in 99. But it was an active area. There was a lot of firing on all the time. And I asked my general officer commanding one day, somehow or the other established a rapport. General officer commanding was a major general and I was a major. And you couldn't dream of that rank at that time. So he was overlooking the Saichen Glacier operations also. So one evening at his residence, I took the liberty of asking him, yes, so what is the most difficult task or thing which you are feeling in your command? And he said, it is when I come back from the glacier, I cannot sleep that night because our men are sleeping on snow at 18, 20, 23,000 feet. Way back in 87, we didn't have that type of clothing. We didn't have it in 62, but then we didn't have it at that time even for these heights. You say, can't sleep. That is adversity. And why I am mentioning this adversity is that it is the Indian army, the Indian military, where our men can face these adversities with a cheer, with a smile, he can take a lot of battering. Now, so that's the way I will put. What I would like to quote here, General Karl von Clausewitz, a Prussian general, an exponent in the art of war. And he said, danger and physical exertion are the constant sources of friction in war. That is the commander's responsibility, and he has to master both. And so now, here I would like to just show what he has written. Very golden words. It is the impact of the ebbing of moral and physical strength of the heart-rending spectacle of the dead and the wounded that the commander has to withstand. First within himself, and then in all those who have entrusted him with their hopes and fears. And those hopes and fears are the many commands, but not only that. He also lives with responsibilities to the families who are back home. He is well sensitized on that. So there are two specific responsibilities that military leaders must address during their combat operations. First is combat mission, and second is decision making. Because the two of them, they devolve upon the commander a life and death situation. He is going to be responsible for his own decisions. He is going to be responsible for the decisions and actions of his subordinates who are in the forward area fighting the war. And he is also going to make the difference between victory and death. And remember, there are no runners-up in war. Either you're defeated or you come out victorious. So what we did as we grew post-independent India, we never really lost a war. I will say 1962 war was not a defeat. It was the defeat of the political hierarchy. And I'm very emphatic to say that. But as we came to 1971, we got the greatest victory a nation could do in the military history. We created a nation and we captured 93,000 prisoners of war, unknown in the history of warfare. So how is it this has happened? This is the Indian Military Academy product, and we live by one motto, and that is the Chetwodian model, a British field marshal who on its inauguration in 1932, he said some golden words, and we live by it. Firstly, he said the safety, honor, and welfare of your country comes first, always, and every time. Secondly, the honor, welfare, and comfort of the men you command comes next. And next were the golden words by which we live. Your own ease, comfort, and safety comes last, always, and every time. So you have Vikram Batra in Kargil War saying, after having captured a very difficult objective, ye dil mange more. And he volunteers to take on the next action and receives India's highest Paramveer Chakra award posthumously. Not yet 22. So this is what we have imbibed. Now, how it comes? It comes through unit cohesion. It comes through good leadership. And we live by Izzat of the Paltan, which is Naam, Namak, and Nishan. These are the most dear things to us. So we keep the flag flying of our Paltan, of our military, and of our Tiranga. So that is where we stand. Now, we've had great commanders in the Indian Army, but we like to take quotes from the outsiders. But I will tell you, in 1965 war, Lieutenant General Harbaksh Singh, he was the commander, army commander of the Western Theatre. Those days the command headquarters used to be in Shimla and the advanced operation headquarters used to be in Ambala. So he reached there, the things were not going well in Punjab with the war in Pakistan. And things were very distinct. He had sacked a couple of major generals already. And in the night, at about 1 o'clock, he was going to sleep, and he told his ADC that, listen, Amrinder, and this is that Captain Amrinder Singh, the Punjab Chief Minister. He said, Amrinder, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to be there in Jalandhar, Byas. I don't want to be disturbed with any calls. And you be ready. But after half an hour, Amrinder wakes him up. And he says, the army chief is on the line. He wants to speak to you. She gets on the line and he says, yes, Muchu, what is it? You see, he was a very daredevil. He didn't salutate him as sir. And he called him by his nickname. And perhaps he used to call him. He says, Muchu, what is it? And he gave me orders that the army should withdraw to the line of Byas, which is the Grand Trunk Road, which was the lifeline to Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this is written in the book by Amrinder Singh and another General Mao Shergill, who shared the co-authorship. He told him, Mushu, Har Paksh doesn't take orders for withdrawal. I refuse your orders and I will see the war through. He was there by about 5 o'clock and now the battle was fought and the war turned its tide. Punjab was saved, J&K was saved, Pakistan was defeated. One man decided the destiny of our nation, adversity into success and victory. I now come to another great example, and that great example is the first 1947-48 war of Major Somnath Sharma, who was the first recipient of the Paramveer Chakra posthumously in the Baramulla sector, Badgaon. And why I have picked up on him? Because I owe with great pride gratitude to the school where we both have studied, the Rashtriya Military College, and he was a product of that. He had volunteered to go to the war sector. The battalion was in Anand Parbat at Delhi. His father was Major General Director of the Army Medical Services, saying that this man is a low medical category, his arm is in plaster, he is not fit to go, and he overruled everyone, and he said, I will go. And he goes to the action, his company is ordered to go and take post at Badgaon, which is short of Baramulla. Pakistani raiders, the Razakars, had already come, disguised in civil uniform, commanded by one Colonel Akbar Khan, who was a Sanders trained officer. And they take up post not knowing that the Razakars are already there. They knew they were in Baramulla and Badgaon was much short, about 30 kilometers behind. But as they took post, the Razakars emerged from the village and terrible firing took place from all three directions. Somnath Sharma took charge of the situation. And during that, he told his men, there were 70 of them. This was a company strength, but they could not muster at that time. And he told them, we have to fight, and we have to fight, and we have to defeat these people. We have to save Srinagar and Srinagar Aerodrome. That was his mission. His arm in plaster, he found that his men were suffering casualties. Many had been killed. He started filling the magazines of his machine gunners and handing them over picket to picket, trench to trench. And in the process, shell lands near him and he dies. But what had he done with these actions? He had raised the motivation level of his men that 6 hours after his death, the company did not abandon the post. They went on fighting. And why? I should not tell you. Having told you that, I will first touch the last message, which is with this photograph. You see, the enemy is only 50 yards from us. We are heavily outnumbered. We are under devastating fire. I shall not withdraw an inch, but will fight to our last man and last round. This is message the company lived by it till they moved out, the reinforcements had arrived, and then they fought, and Baramulla was also saved. This is what mission sharpness. It was laser sharp. You know, a man could do what he did. And then his inspiring leadership, as we can see, covers all the aspects to motivate his men, to maintain the momentum of the battle, the courage with which they fought valiantly, selflessness, you know, personally filling magazines and handing over to your men so that not a second is wasted in the fight. And resolve and perseverance were all that which came out. But Somnath Sharma was not heroic here itself. In Second World War, we withdrew in Burma and because of the Japanese offensive, and then he realized when he came that his buddy, the Audley, he could not come, that he had been wounded. So he wants to go back. And the British commanding officer says, no, you cannot go. He said, no way, I cannot leave my buddy behind. He goes, fireman lifts him and gets back. So heroism and bravery was in him. And that is why I think I can even ask the audience to give a clap in his memory for this great achiever. So I'll not go along because being an artillery man, Chinmay, you know, we start artillery fire on time, but then we keep pounding targets till we want to really destroy the target totally. So my next example, the next one I'm taking is again from a man who belonged to my school, and he belongs to the neighboring country, and he was the Lieutenant General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan from the Najibabad royal family of India. He was the Eastern Army Commander of Pakistan, the Chief Martial Law Administrator of East Pakistan. Why I have taken this example is ethics of a soldier. It goes beyond your own and other armies. He was ordered by General Yahya Khan, President and military dictator of Pakistan, to carry out a military crackdown on the East Pakistanis, implying the Bengalis. And he told Yahya Khan, like General Harbaksh told his chief, this order is not implementable. I refuse. And he was flown back, he resigned, and it ended there. But why I picked up this example? I read a book somewhere in 76, 77, where in that book, there were about 2 pages on Yaqub Khan, on this stand on moral courage and what he did. So that it ended. But in 1997, we had a platinum jubilee of my school, where the Pakistani old boys were invited, after due permission from the government. And I found myself face to face with General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan in the dormitory, the same house I belonged to where he was. And I said, sir, I want to have a word with you. He said, yes. I said, sir, I wrote in my diary, I wish I can stand up like General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan and be like you to disobey orders. So he said, what have I done, son? I said, sir, I read this book and all. Then he put his arm on my shoulder and his right arm on his heart, and he said, I will not be able to sleep tonight. You have moved my heart. Let me tell you, it has not come out anywhere, but this is the personal interlude, and that's why I've taken this example. He said, you know, disobedience is a very good thing, provided you stand up being an unlawful command, and you must have moral courage of conviction for that. That is the message he gave me. Secondly, he said, you know, Yahya Khan gave orders that I should be put in solitary confinement and shot in the head after interrogating him. That it did not happen, he said, Allah only knows. But he said, remember, then he walked me down to his wife and he said, Tuba, this boy has moved my heart, I will not sleep tonight. So she asked me, what have you done to him? So then he himself told what I had done to him. So So I call this the courage of conviction of Sahibzada Yaqub Khan. It is for us all in every walk of life. What it is, moral courage, I've covered. It was a great moral conviction in ethical leadership. Then strategic perception is very important for higher leaders, leaders of the industry here. Strategic perception is very important. And you see, here I would say, General Yahya Khan unheeded advice of his chief general in East Pakistan. Result, Yahya Khan created adversity. Bangladesh was born. And Field Marshal Manekshaw told the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi when she wanted the Indian Army to move in April 1971 into East Pakistan. He said, Madam, I can assure you 100% defeat. After the cabinet meeting, she broke up the cabinet meeting, calling it after 4 hours, and called him, hey, what is it? You have said, he said, firstly, the passes are open, Chinese can come. After that, June, July, monsoons will come, East Pakistan will be flooded, the army will not be able to move. Thirdly, you have to give me funds, my army has to be ready, my tanks have to be ready, my guns have to be ready. And she paid heed to the general, then got the biggest victory, as I said. So this is the case, how you can stand up in life and deal with the situation. Implications for corporate and academia, I have personally taken the last point in this slide, which is there. I think you may not be able to see because of the chairs, but I'll read out. The principles of ethical decision making are equally important. Prioritize ethics over obedience. The well-being of employees, customers, and stakeholders should be a KRA, and negotiations are very important aspects as well. Now, I had mentioned about ethics of a leader. This is what happened in Kargil War. Our own brigadier, after having captured Tiger Hill, this is what he said about an opposing company commander. This company commander launched a number of counterattacks on the Tiger Hill feature, could not succeed. But when the bodies were being handed over, initially Pakistan refused them. They are not our soldiers. But ultimately when they were being handed over, he put it in his pocket. This fellow was a valiant soldier and he deserved to be decorated. He was decorated with the highest Pakistani military award. So when I say ethics of a soldier, there are a number of stories like that. It cuts across because in victory also soldiers feel the other side also has families. And so we really feel a great sense of empathy. Now I'll come closer home to myself as to what I did just before war, how I got exposed to certain situation where I only realized later what I had done and how it happened. It was in a preparatory firing just before the war, the artillery firing. And artillery firing, is a very, very important thing. If you do fire a wrong round, it is considered to be a major offense. I just wanted to put it off for a while. No? Okay. So what had happened? We worked out a gun data in the command post. And the gun data worked out had a little error. But I, as the gun position officer, who's called the kingpin of the gun position, passed that order. And the gun fired at the data which was passed by me, based on what I saw my staff had done. From the target end, the round never landed there. So now you can imagine what would have happened. It can land on your own troops. It can land in your own villages. So artillery calls it a blunder, a near crime. And punishments are very stringent. In this case, within that split second, when the command came, stand fast on the target end, my eyes went to the command post car, and I gave back to the two technical assistants who were there, because there was some difference in the data worked out, and I passed the wrong data. But the Havaldar there, the detachment commander of this command post, he told me this, "Saab mujhe bata lo, main pension ja raha hu 2 mahine ke baad, main jawan ki pension jaunga." And my operator in the command post, he retired as an honorary captain later. He was a solid guy, and he was also solid in his physical build. He said, "Saab, aap hi ne bachana hai." I was 21 something, I was a subaltern, and I heard it. The safety staff, jumps in. All this has happened in about a minute and a half, or maybe 2 minutes. They come, what has happened? Let's slip of the tongue. There's a slip of the tongue from me. Because what happened? I changed the data. Jaldi change karo. And so they changed the data with a pencil. We work with pencils. And those days, there was a court of inquiry. And we have got a very good drill in the artillery. You do a thing mistake, you go back to your officer's mess, sitting in the jeep, but not in the jeep, in the jeep's trailer. So, there's very good drills, And sometimes you're told to remove your belt also. You're no more an officer. So, things are very serious. So, I removed my belt also as I was going back, because I knew what had happened is unpardonable. Court of inquiry took place. I stuck to my guns. And we shared one secret in my battery. Yet this will not be known. The command post staff will not tell outside what had happened. This was a detachment of 8-9 of us. I said a lifetime happened. And he stood up. And he said, "I'm proud of you. You will make a good leader and only command this way. The men will go with you blindly." Now, this was somewhere in 74, 2 years after that. I did not know that I was a leader till that time. So I carried out a lot of introspection. Okay, what has happened and what are the lessons learned in that? And the lessons learned are many. Not only that, 52 years later, I went to my regiment, which was in Firozpur, and during that, in the morning when I arrived, I was told, okay, so-and-so of your time are there when I was a subaltern. And I found that my command post staff were 8-9, 4 of them were there. My gun detachment commander was there. So after ushering me to the guest room, having tea, coffee, I tell the commanding officer and Subedar Major, in the evening, Bada Khana, I am going to put up a skit. I want the command post to be laid out on the stage. So they laughed. I said, I'm very serious. And I called the staff after a Mandir Gurdwara prayed and I said, this is what we're going to enact and don't tell anyone. And when I told them the story, there was a lot of clapping. Because why? You see, this is not a strong point of, and he's already taken me to thank you. And I am not really tuned to, I will tell you why I am not tuned to thank you. When I joined the RAMC at the age of 11, the first thing we were told, yeah, there are no thank yous or sorries in the army. No. So what happened? This became, when this was studied in my regiment, I realized what one had done. So it is a leadership. You have to make tough calls sometimes. Your men, it was a leader group situation. I took the command from my operator. He said, "Sir, aapne bachana hai." And the Havaldar pleaded to me, "Mujhe bacha do." And the promotions of all these guys would have got affected. The severe punishment would have come. So the action happened. I did not deflect responsibility because in that fraction of moment, I also realized, overall, I am the kingpin of the gun position, as the artillery calls the gun position officer. So I must take the responsibility. So it became a leadership by example, perhaps. And then is trust and loyalty of subordinates. I inherited it that day. And I could catch, those people were now Subedar when I was commanding the regiment, I could catch the JCO and tell with his belt, pull yourself up, rather than doing anything. So that was the, it was a very adverse situation, but converted into a great example, which only time told me. And it was a decision taken in a split seconds, but yes, it was a white lie spoken, but white lie was spoken not for personal gain or for any malicious purpose for that. So that was it, this incident. I really grew with it. My integrity in the regiment or in the service, I grew with it. I learned the ability to take up responsibility, for my men and take the blame on myself. I learned it that day and I lived through it my service, and I still try to practice, and I tell wherever I go and speak, do that, because you've got subordinates. If you've got 360 degrees reporting pattern in the corporate world, you're also 360 degrees responsible for their complete well-being, for their advancements, for their qualitative requirements, for their remunerations. No pink slips. If you can help, that's where I would say. Now, I'll give you one more example, which really did test me. Off now, right now. I'll come to next slide. Now, my last example, and of course, Chinmay is very large-hearted, I see. He doesn't really worry much about timings. So the last example was in Operation Rakshak in Punjab. My regiment was in the counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism role. An active Operation Rakshak was on. I get a call at about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the night. I am told that so-and-so has run away from the ammunition defense stores dump. Ammunition dump and defense stores dump, which was 40 kilometers behind. He's run away with a weapon which is 7.62 mm SLR. It's a big rifle with loaded 20 rounds in the magazine. I happened to be at home that time. The operation was on. We were here for about 2 days, for rest and relief. My report card after this talk, the report card writer is sitting here. So she asked what's happened. I said, you go to sleep. There's nothing happened, and I went into the dining room. We had the old telephones of the Second World War vintage. We used to call it 5 Alpha. Handle Mara, exchange ko bola ke adjutant, second in command, and Subedar Major ko jaldi se bhejo. I didn't want to go to the regiment at that time because it would have, activated what the hell is happening. But in that time when they came, now I felt I was definitely seasoned enough, having gone through, a lot of operational areas. I noted down my points like an operational order, and I said the following actions have to be taken when they assembled. I knew that this gentleman was an offender, perpetual offender. So, my greatest worry in war, I said, the command of your men is your worry. My greatest worry was safety of lives. Safety of lives of all, including civilians. He's carrying a weapon, 20 rounds, minimum 20 people will be shot. It weighed very heavily on me when the moment this call came to me. Second, my own men, their safety and security. You see, we were going to discharge him from service. Somewhere he came to know. So I felt maybe he is wanting to take a revenge killing. So I told them, listen, first of all, perimeter patrolling and security of the complete unit area with armed pickets. Of all key appointment holders, there will be perimeter patrolling, armed guard patrolling outside their houses, residences. The in and out of the cantonments where the movement takes place, our 2 men armed will be present alongside the guard and picket already there. I said, no school-going children tomorrow. School-going children will not go. Families will not move out of the unit area, and Immediately I rang up the divisional headquarters intelligence staff officer, who was a lieutenant colonel and I was a full colonel, and he was a very close friend of mine. He was senior to me, otherwise in commission. And I told him, I said, this is what has happened, you have to hold my hand. He said, Bol kya karna hai? So I said, the following actions I request. This fellow belongs to Jammu. So please, activate the police, the railway protection force, the police at all railway stations, at all bus stands, and all movements wherever possible. And I said, there is a headquarters 29 David Mamun, please activate them if they can put this thing. I said, sir, there is the joint check post at Madhopur. If we could have the army people also there, where all the vehicles are checked. And after having done all that reporting, I rang up my commander at about 6 o'clock in the morning, expecting a mouthful, because the army doesn't take lightly. Zero-error syndrome is very much there also. So I told him, this is what has happened, this is what the actions I have taken, and I'm following it up. As per special army orders, we will implement everything. He said, okay, thank you. And he put the phone down. So I was much relieved about that also. Now what happened? When I came to the office, these three team, Subhadra Major, my adjutant and who I second in command tell me, said, sir, we will wait till such time, till about lunchtime or after lunch, and not report all above in the headquarters. So what happens, such a case when weapon is moved, person is run away, you have to report it immediately to the brigade, division, corps, command, and the army headquarters, military operations, military intelligence, adjutant general's branch. It goes to all, and it has to be done within 6 hours of the incident. You see, this man is interfering with artillery firing. But I'm closing. So what happens is, I said no. One wrong should not compound another wrong. We will report everything truthfully, honestly. So the signals went out by about 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, this staff officer whom I had spoken to, he comes to my office. And he tells me, and I'm quoting him, he said, because of my height, he was a tall chap, 6 feet 3 inches, they named me the only tiger. And he tells me the only tiger ki 10 ungle ghee shakkar mein hai. I said, sir, what has happened? He said, the general officer commanding had said, the CO will do the unit court of inquiry. As per rules, it had to be a staff court inquiry. As per rules, this fellow had to be court-martialed. As per rules, he would face district court-martial, and 2 years imprisonment was the minimum punishment. But when it came to a unit court inquiry, I had it in my hands. And what happened? The GOC perhaps had a good impression or whatever. He told that he'll do a good, honest job, which I thought later was a great feather in the cap. I did the court of inquiry, court-martialed him. My powers of court-martial were 1 year imprisonment, imprisoned him. Discharged. When you are in prison, you are discharged from service. And so, these are the lessons which really emerge in this. The mission, my mission was focus on saving human lives. And I'm telling you, this guy got caught 12 hours later at Joint Check Post Madhopur. He was going to, when he was interrogated, he was going to Jammu to take revenge on a person who had got his brother implicated in a murder case falsely, and his brother was in jail. He wanted to kill him. So the military mind of these military intelligence and military police were there. They were checking each vehicle. And they found, our rifle, we keep chindi, the one which clean our barrels, is little white in color. They found little of that chindi jutting out. And he had covered himself with a bed sheet. So they nabbed him. And the truth came out, that this is what he was doing. So he faced a court-martial, and in that court-martial after that, you got a discharge drill and all. And one has to, as you grow up here, in the army, what happens? You're responsible for the command of your men, for their welfare, for their punishments, for their food, for their family's welfare. If they are admitted, we all go the ladies go look up, so it's a great organization. You're doing everything, your HR, everything, discipline, everything is with one man who controls. And you have seen a commanding officer's powers, he can jail a person up to 1 year. It's tremendous powers which you don't want to use, a good leader doesn't want to use, there is thrust upon him. So all that, in the evening at 4 o'clock I get a message, okay, he is nabbed. And first thing I asked the adjutant who told me, I said, has he used the weapon? And he says, no sir. I said, let's have a drink, whether it is 4 o'clock or not. Everything is fallen in place. I'm not worried what merges after this, as long as lives are lost. So ladies and gentlemen, this is adversity in leadership, which we have to show. But let me tell you, your mind is not trained. Your mind is that like blacksmith, who has beaten that convert into a robust metal. It is so trained that it functions ipso facto, things roll out. And that is why, when intelligence fails, it's victory for one side and defeat for the other. So Israel is tasting that intelligence failure. We saw it in Galwan, we saw it in Kargil, but then it is India which converts adversity into victory. General Malik, Chief of the Army Staff in Kargil, he said, we were deficient of equipment very badly. He said, we will fight with what we have. And you know what we did in Kargil. People, our soldiers, men have climbed peaks, 80 degrees in gradient at night time. And let me tell you, the food they carry, it freezes like snow. You have to bomb it and heat it again. That is all part of adversity in leadership. So I've really covered to you 4 actions. First was Somnath Sharma, whom one admires. Sahibzada Yaqub Khan I compared because they gave us a country being created and our own leadership to the fore. And then, of course, the great work done by me that I could also fire on a wrong data and own it up today. And lastly, I must thank Mr. Chinmay because I've been allowed the datum limits of exceeding my time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, my name is Neelam Roy and I work for a company called EMSR as a talent acquisition director. I have come to an event called ITTL. This event not only helps me to network with 200 plus people but also share their experience and the strategies what they are using in their companies, and we learn from these senior people and so many people who are in this industry. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We're going to have content which is going to be generated and analytics. Both of these are going to be influenced, or we're going to use AI in both these areas. So to shed light upon this, you actually are supposed to come in before lunch. So first of all, I'd like to thank the speaker from our side. Thank you so much for being so kind towards us. And he's going to come in and share in insights. He's a true maestro in the realms of data engineering, machine learning, and generative AI, has over 20 years of experience, is today with Google, and he's here to shed light about analytics and generative AI and content which can be used by organizations, especially within the edtech sector. Please give us a big round of applause as I call upon Mr. Raghu Vansh Dubey from Google. Let's give him a round of applause.
We are talking about, in the morning I heard that is generative AI going to take away jobs, right? I think in the very first discussion which Dr. Chaudhary had. That's one school, that is one thought which often comes to our minds, but that's not the reality. Yes, it is so powerful that it does look like it could change a lot of things. That's how we should perceive this, right? And when we talk about it could change a lot of things, we also want to understand what exactly it can do, right? Can it help me save costs? Can it help me make my products to the market quicker, right? Can it change the entire customer experience or the user experience? In your case, majority of the time, student experience, right? Whenever you're interacting with your students, can it help you change that experience altogether? The answer is yes, it can. But before we even go to the stage as to, we start thinking about how it can make those changes, how it can really change this experience and help you differentiate your offerings. We need to understand at a very high level. We'll not have time to go into all the details of how the generative AI pieces works internally, but then think of it as a technology or a subset of machine learning. It's not something new. Machine learning has existed for decades. What we are talking about is a very specialized domain within machine learning. To be precise, there is AI. Within that, there is a subdomain, machine learning, and then you keep going on inside and inside, just like layers on the onion, right? And eventually you will reach a deeper specialization after natural language processing, and then eventually you will reach what we call universal language models or large language models, right? Essentially, you can also think of it as an evolution of natural language processing, right? So again, something which has existed for decades, right? We have been always used to having some small ways in which we can do OCR, right? Textbooks, we just do a OCR, extract data from there, understand noun, pronoun, verbs, objectives, and so on and so forth, right? That is the place where we started. Right now, what has happened with these large language models coming into the picture is that this capability has increased significantly. When I say significantly, of course, you can handle the natural, the classical natural language task like, classification or extracting data, verbs, nouns, pronouns, name of places, etc., right? Understanding, the grammar and all. But we have gone one level further. With this deep understanding from natural language processing to natural language understanding, we are now in the era of natural language generation, right? These models have become so powerful that they understand the semantic meaning of each and everything which they have been trained on, which means that they can generate net new content, which does not exist before, right? They can engage with you in a human-like conversation, right? They can summarize content for you, just like, you would maybe read a large book and if you want to create a few pages summary, right? They will do that summarization for you. They understand net as to what could be important, what could be those key moments, what could be those highlights, without having to train again and again, which you would eventually end up doing in a typical machine learning setup, right? Now, why is that important? I'm not sure if my slides are working. Probably they are not. If you move a bit further towards this direction, right? Why is it so important? It is important because you as an organization have certain use cases which you would want to solve for, right? Build on top of what you have already built, right? And give that new customer experience or that new user experience. One thing which is very important to call out is that when we look at this particular technology, right, there are multiple components, multiple pieces across the tech stack which need to be stitched. There was a question, is this a hype, right? Is it just that another concept car which is drawn on the paper but doesn't exist? Or even if it exists, it is in a very, very bad shape or like a visionary shape. Nothing exists right now. Is that a reality? Fair question to ask, right? And you can ask that question because there are reports, public reports, not Google provided, but public reports which say that maybe around 10% of the total people or the total organizations who try to do something with AI end up productionizing it at scale. 60% do the pilot. So you're seeing that funnel. 100 tried it, 60% tried to do the pilot, maybe it did something, only 10% were able to productionize it at scale. Now, that is an obvious question, like, is it so difficult? What's going wrong, right? Should we think slightly different about all of this? And it's important to have this metric in mind because, yes, there is a need to think differently about all of this, right? 10% is a very abysmal rate, right? It's not a good rate. What can we do about it? One thing which is very important to understand is you want to have a good match of the skill set and the implementation cycle. Very, very crucial, right? So for example, if you look at the way we have it structured within the Google Cloud platform, right? We have tool sets which are geared towards data scientists who are hardcore machine learning enthusiasts. They want to have the lowest level of control which could be possible while they are training the machine learning models, right? They want to build their own large language models from scratch, right? But then there is another set of users who are developers, but they aren't so tech savvy. They don't want that level of control, right? Now, what do you have for them? So there is a different stack altogether within the whole portfolio, right, which unfortunately I'm not able to show as we speak, but maybe I will share these slides offline. That is the place where we have exposed a lot of our products as APIs. There are places where we have exposed things which you can use off the shelf. Of course, you can customize them, tune them with your own data, but then they are available then and there, right, for you to use. And third is you don't want to develop, you want something off the shelf, right? Not even an API. You don't even want to get to that level of detail. That is a place where there are pre-baked offerings which are also available, right? Now, one thing which is important to understand is how are these models able to, do those amazing things which we see, right? For example, some interesting use cases. You can supply these large language models with your own data, and then ask this model, let's say you supply it with a book, and ask this model to create 5 multiple choice questions. It will create it. It will read the data. It will create those questions. If you ask it to not only create the questions, but also give a reasonable answer to those questions, it will do that as well. And that too, it's not coming from its own knowledge base, it's coming from your own data, right? That data could be personal to you, right? It could be your organization's data. The idea is that these models have been trained on internet scale data, and I remember, I don't exactly recall who mentioned this, but it is also important to call out that not only trained on internet scale data, but trained on relevant data. That is quite important, because otherwise, machine learning models will be like garbage in, garbage out, right? There's a lot of engineering which has gone into it to provide it a clean data set, and then it was trained. And now it has developed that capability to understand things in a much more better way, generate things, right? There are, I cannot name as we speak due to referenceability issues, but then there are customers with whom we are working in India itself who are building Q&A platforms for their students, right? These Q&A platforms are helping them code with Java. They are tuning our models with their own code to present their results even better. And at the same time, we also have various other use cases where people are creating Q&A bots purely entirely on the textual data, not code-based data, but entirely on the textual data. It could be textbooks, it could be various types of lectures, and so on and so forth, right? The idea is that if you had to do something like this on unstructured data just 1.5 years back, it would have been a heavily custom exercise. Right now, that is not needed. You can just pass on your own enterprise data to these large language models and start working, right? Another important aspect which I would like to mention out here is if you look at some of these technologies, the way they end up working, right? You want to ensure that whatever your data is being used while training the model or while you're using the model is something which remains with you. I was having a very nice conversation with a gentleman during the lunchtime, and he mentioned that we are using Bard, right? And there was a comparison which also more often than not draws up with ChatGPT as well. Very important thing to understand is there are two pieces. There are two types of kind of mindsets which we are dealing here. One is a consumer mindset, right? When I say consumer, it is just, all of us. We just want something to go ahead and ask questions to. Maybe I want to ask a question that, hey, build my itinerary because I'm visiting this XYZ place, right? Or I may just ask a question related to, some technology or some subject which I'm reading, right? And, ask it random things. However, I'm not supplying it my own data, right? These large language models, when you supply it with your data, that becomes your differentiative moat. And it's very important to understand, right? Large language models, for example, in Google, we have majority of our platform based on Google Palm, which is a very large model. It's a 540 billion parameter model. But then that model, when combined with your data, that becomes your differentiator. How you are combining your data with this model, and there's a specific concept called RAG, which I'll come to a bit later. But then that's the whole idea. That's how you develop your differentiation. Your use case, your data, combined with the power of large language models. That's very important to call out. Going back to what I was saying, Bard, right? That conversation, right? How many of you have used Bard, by the way? Just a quick raise of hand. Not many. If not, please just go Google Bard, try to use it, right? And play around it. You'll find it very useful. However, if you're building an application which needs to meet a particular SLA, it needs to be on for a certain number of time. It can't go down, right? You need to build in your own data inside that application, right? Your own knowledge base, your own private knowledge, enterprise knowledge base. It could be books, it could be websites, it could be databases, etc., right? And you really want a full-fledged support ecosystem around it. That's the place where the enterprise offerings come into the picture, which is not Bard. That's Vertex AI and Do It AI. Very important to differentiate here, so hence I'm just calling it out. So if you look at Vertex AI, just like this whole generative AI and large language models are a specialized type of machine learning models, but they are still machine learning models. Vertex AI is a machine learning platform. It's an end-to-end machine learning platform. There are few components within Vertex AI which actually help you to do generative AI-related things, right? So think of it as an overall holistic ecosystem, which includes AI plus generative AI, right? So that's one important thing which I wanted to call out. So if you're a builder, if you want to build applications, enterprise class, that's a place where Google Vertex AI Suite will come into the picture. If you are a user, if you're a business user, for example, how many of you have used Google Docs or Google Sheets? Awesome. So whenever these generative AI capabilities are exposed through our usual interfaces, when I say usual interfaces, I mean Google Workspaces, which includes Google Docs, Google Slides, your Google Sheets, etc. A lot of components in the Google Ads ecosystem. These interfaces we are already aware of, right? These are not new. They haven't come in last 1 year, right? Whenever our generative AI capabilities get exposed through these interfaces, we call it Do It AI, okay? That's one important thing. You don't need to develop anything. You can just go to a Google Doc, right-click, summarize your content, whatever is written, generate meeting minutes, send off emails. If you go to Google Sheet, perform calculations, generate charts. If you go to Google Slides, just go ahead, type a prompt, and it will generate an image, right? But these are all Do It AI capabilities, purely and entirely based, or purely and entirely available for direct usage. When you're building an application, that's the place where you start using the Vertex AI portfolio. Yes, and yeah, I'm hoping if that glitch gets resolved, I'll share you those slides, but I'll continue in the interest of time. Yeah, this is half of generative AI. So you can close it, that's okay. I'll share those slides. Whatever. I'll just speak impromptu. Anyways, what I was going to show is mostly what I'm gonna talk about as well. If you look at some of the other use cases as well, right, which we keep talking about in EdTech. Kahoot. How many of you have used Kahoot? Right? Pretty good. When I used to do some of these presentations internally within Google itself, we used to generate those Kahoot questions. It did used to take time to generate those MCQs, right? You can use generative AI to generate those Kahoot questions. You can use generative AI, for example, to simplify the level of content. Can you try to explain the content which is being taught in class 9th to someone who is in class 6th? Can you simplify that whole language, right? You can do that. You can ask it to do that. And the idea is, think of it, like earlier what we used to do. We used to, let's say we have to, create a simple, let me just think about it. Yeah, let's say if you have to create a simple machine learning program where we want to, kind of identify a cat and a dog. Very common example which we often end up taking, right? You would define in traditional machine learning that a cat has fur, it has 2 ears, it has 4 legs, and so on and so forth, right? You'd program those things. The way things have evolved, that is not required. You would go ahead and tell this large language model that, hey, read these books, see these thousands of images, go figure out what is a cat and dog, and now tell me which is a cat and a dog. Same goes for textual content as well, same goes for video content as well, and so on. So the idea is that the experience change which has happened is there, it is here to stay. At the same time, you also want to ensure that whatever you're building remains with you. That's the place where we talk about embarking on an enterprise strategy, where you build these products, build these machine learning and data-related products on the enterprise technology like Vertex. And of course, nothing goes, nothing completes without talking about open source, right? There's a lot of activity going on in open source. What we have done is that, you should be able to use on our platform both Google's models as well as open source models. Right? You should be able to use them in a responsible way. If you see, a lot of newsletters which eventually come at times, you might have heard of Google's responsible AI principle, RAI principles, and so on, right? We are pretty strict in terms of how the data is leveraged, what are the models are doing, what kind of content they output. We just try to ensure that they don't try to output anything which is inappropriate, right? Similarly, anything which is hosted as an open source model, right? So let's say if you're trying to use Google Palm, of course, it's available. If you're trying to use any kind of other language models, right, they are also available and they have gone through that RAI. So that's also important to understand that when you're embarking on that journey, trying to use a set of models across Google as well as open source models, we try to ensure that you are kind of at least backed up in terms of the validations which we have done, right? I think that's majority of it. What I was planning to say. There's one more thing which I which came to my mind while I was having one of the conversations during the lunch, before the lunch actually, that there's no content available to learn these technologies, right? I think that is not true. The idea is like it is still evolving for sure, but at the same time there's a lot of content available out there. I had some of those links in my slides. Unfortunately, I'm not able to show it as we speak, but happy to share it with Chinmay, and then he'll forward it as well. We are, by the way, working with Chinmay and team as well on multiple AI and Gen AI use cases too. But yeah, I think I'm running short of time. Happy to answer questions offline. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
there was a lot of diversity in the conversation, like I already said. A lot of thoughts going through Dr. Chaudhary, through the panel discussion and through Major General also. I think one thing which is important is like we leverage this movement which is out there, right? The disruption which is being driven through AI and generative AI, right? And try to solve the use cases which have been either unsolvable or usually used to take a lot of time to solve. That's what I say. Whenever such technology disruptions happen, there is always a herd mentality, right? We can't avoid that. One thing which I would just say is, just have your basics clear. It's not a new thing, but if you're a student, just in the college or just coming out of college, just ensure that you grasp your fundamentals through whatever online courses, through class-based or instructor-led training, whichever way. And there's huge amount of courses, resources which are available out there in ecosystem, right? And through various cloud providers. So, leverage that. Just ensure that you have a solid foundation that will set you up for success and ensure that you're not disrupted by such disruptions. I think I was just walking around during lunch and trying to talk to people. Pretty diverse folks, right? Not only technology, but folks from industry, from HR, right? So it's and even from defense, to be honest, right? A lot of the things which Major General Sir said is actually applicable in software as well, right? That discipline, right? That crisis management, right? That ensuring that things are on time. So I think we can borrow. I really like the diversity of thoughts, and just was trying to draw things in my mind while people were talking that how this can be associated to technology, how that can be associated to technology.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
What we look at now is no more talent management, it's talent training. That's how the industry is looking at it. With the complete revolution of AI that's coming up, certainly what people are looking at now is how talent can be ready. The time, the work readiness has been shortened up. AI, not that every organization is looking at completely getting into AI, but they want to use it based on how it can be leveraged. Couple of things that they should be noting on that is a requirement is that one, if the talent can be constantly upskilling themselves and learning the new ways of doing things, how they can enable the use of AI and work. Two is on the lifespans becoming short of each and every talent. So constant changing, constant understanding of the new ways of doing things. Using AI to come up with solutions, but that will not kill the creativity that is required, because it's the way the things are evolving is that people need constant changes, need creativity, need new solutions, people need things to evolve. So from a talent management perspective, it's more the challenges that organizations are feeling that they can't have one size fit all. They need to customize to the needs are changing, the way people want to learn or unlearn is changing. So it's more customized, it's more learning to people's needs, adapting to people's needs. It's about shifting the ownership from HR or leadership to individuals. That's how the talent management era is changing now.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So good evening everyone. I'm Rajesh. Thank you so much for joining in. Very warm welcome. I'm super excited at the same time, very thrilled and nervous as well while I was talking to some of my friends what this particular session is going to be, right? So while I was discussing with some of the board members for ITDL, right, they have kind of conceptualized this entire session to be slightly unique. I would say one of its kind, which we've never done it in the past. Many a times when we talk about bridging the gap between industry and academia, right, we would come up with a lot of research insights where we would have industry experts or a stalwart who would talk about it, or we will have some experts from the academia part of it. They would share their expertise, or they would share their challenges, right? Or we would also look at an open house kind of a thing where we would hear every individual perspective. But at the end of it, there is no strong key takeaway. Okay, in this session, next 45 minutes to an hour, we wanted to make it very, very exciting. At the same time, very insightful, meaningful, and we would like to take away some good insights out of this. So every time, you know, when we talk about people who are there in the campus space, right, when I was talking to Ashish as well, many of us have spent about a decade and a half in the campus landscape, done significant impact in terms of recruiting talent, attracting talent, engaging with them, and eventually adding up to the overall economic growth of an organization. Even the educational institute have played a very significant role when it comes to adding up, giving great amount of talent and ensuring what needs to be done. But if we largely look at it at a macro level, when we talk about bridging the gap between industry and academia, there is no significant change which we have created. And you know, including industry and academia standpoint, right? To give kind of an analogy to that, right? If you look at the industry 1 to industry 5.2, the business world has kind of seen a significant transformation over the years, right? I mean, from the industry 1.2, where it started from mechanization, the industry 2.0 was about electrification, industry 3.0 was about automation, and industry 4.0, which it started in 2010, was largely into digitization. And in less than 10 years, right, if you look at the industry 1.0 to 2.0, it took about 100 years. From 2.0 to 3.0, it approximately took about 90 years. From the second one to the third one, it was less than 50 years. From 4.0 to 5, we are just taking about 10 years. And the industry 5.0 is all about humanization and personalization. So why this particular context is very important is the world is changing at a very rapid pace, and it becomes very difficult, and it becomes extremely challenging for us to keep up the pace at which the technology is changing, the world is changing, the world is going through a lot of innovation, the world is going through a lot of disruption. So it's important as an industry experts and an academia to understand what is kind of missing and how do we embrace this. So every time when we think about implementing certain things, the dynamics would change. And as an individuals, when we have spent about a decade, 2 decades, and some of them who have spent enormous amount of time, right, who have set up the center of excellence, you know, did a lot of things, whatever they could do at their capacity. Now, this particular session, what we would do is, we in the arrangement, the way it is being done is, we have some bit of industry experts in each table, and we also have academicians as well, where we want you to ideate some of the key ones. It can be 1 or 2. We will not go all over the place. Each teams, we would formulate like a team and would pick up 1 or 2 important topic which you think which is still not been addressed, and how as a team, how do you ideate, conceptualize, and how exactly we could come together to bring it to life, right? Many a times what happens is when we talk about bridging the gap, there are a lot of limitations. When I say limitation, the organization has a limitation. Can we invest on this institute because what's an ROI for us? Or there are institutes which would have that openness to make an impact. They have a limitation in terms of bid and ranking or having the right capital to make an investment there. So here we would look at a blue ocean strategy kind of an approach where we will take away all the limitations. You will not represent any institute, you will not represent any organization. Collectively, based on your experience and your expertise, what do you think which is missing today? And if academia and industry come together, what is that we can solve? And At the end of it, we would give about 10 minutes for each team. We want you to ideate, and we want one individual from your team to share an idea which we can implement it. It's not a great idea or a $1 billion idea we are looking at, something which is actionable. As soon as some of the academicians go back, they could discuss with the management and see how exactly we could implement. And some of the university recruiting leaders who are out here, we would also hear the perspective from academicians as well. What is some of the key takeaway for us to go back to our business and say that this is something which is very important, or we learned that this is a best practice which is still missing and which we'll go ahead and implement that. Okay, so with that, I mean, I would just act as a moderator. Thankfully, I'm not in this session, so I would run around and we would enable this, and we would require your full participation and make this entire session very useful. And this whole session would be recorded. As I told you, we will truly create a greater impact out of this session. We will have all the pointers which we will draw. And this particular event is also partnered with the business world, right? Business world people. We wanted to, since we have the industry experts and the academicians from some of the best institutes, right? We will gather key insights, and this will even, we will aim to publish it on the newspaper or the magazines of this, which will go online. Collectively, let's make it as a great success. Yeah. Thank you. So, and very important, now again, bridging the gap between industry and academia is a very, very large topic, right? From a corporate perspective, right? These are 4 things which we currently face as a challenge. One is the competency gap. With technology changing, it's very, very important that how do we ensure that we engage with the universities and ensure that the technology which is evolving is taught at the campus, or skilling, upskilling, reskilling, all of that stuff, right? The competency gap, how do we address that? And the second, the biggest one, I'm sure that all the industry folks would agree, the inclusion and diversity is one of the biggest challenge, right? One is the availability of the pool itself. So every time now, if you look at as an industry as a whole, in India, a lot of leaders are thinking that we should hit 50% gender diversity by 2030, which is a very ambitious target. For that to make it happen, the university recruiting talent plays a very, very pivotal role. In the lateral perspective, there is a very limited scope for us to make that happen. The only way is to happen is to infuse some of the great talent at the early careers. For this thing to happen, we should look at what is the pool available, or the second aspect is if there is a bias, right? And if there is a male student, we will visit only exclusive diversity campus, or we would be slightly lenient to the students who are girls, and eventually we will make that. How do we address this issue, right, in terms of the supply as well as having the bias in terms of the recruiting itself? The third one is the time and resource constraints. While we know certain things exist, but the biggest challenge is, can we invest time? Because at the end of the day, academics have their own agenda to drive in terms of technically the students needs to go through the syllabus, they have their own grading system and all of that. They have a very limited time for them to upskill themselves. From an industry standpoint, their objective is on the revenue side, objective in terms of the product developments and all of that. With the limitations of resource and time, how do we kind of still navigate and address this challenge? Then the communication is a soft challenge, means soft skill aspect of it. This is something which is out there, and again, this is a very light one which can be addressed with all the advent of the online education which is happening, or the MOOC part of it, and there's a lot of avenues to which we could solve. Now, from an academic university standpoint, right, the relevance of the syllabus itself is a big challenge, because majority of it, if we look at Tamil Nadu as a state, right, majority of them are affiliated to Anna University. If we look at Andhra and Telangana, either of them are affiliated to JNTU Kakinada, JNTU Anantapur, JNTU Hyderabad for that matter. In Karnataka, at least about 250 to 350 odd organizations are affiliated to VTU. There is a very limited scope for them to include any new concepts, because that requires a different shift altogether. With that limitation, how an organization can strive and try to incorporate the right technologies which is required from an industry standpoint. The proficiency necessity, which means while the world is going through massive transformation in terms of the cloud, all the new age technologies which is out there, how do you stay embraced with all the technologies which is out there? How do we get the insights of all of this? Limited exposure, industry exposure, and again, here this requires two aspects of it. One is whether the organization have an appetite to invest. So there is an operational cost when we talk about industry exposure. Either an industry experts have to come to the academia, or the academic students have to go to our organization. How do we make it that happen is one of the biggest challenge which have to be addressed. And limited resources, right? I mean, any academic institutes have X number of manpower through which they could do very little in 365 days considering their academics as well. So these are some of the broader perspective, not limiting, but we just wanted to give you some insights for you to think through and slightly deeper and an action item on this. Okay, with that I will take a pause. We would request you to, we would give about 10-15 minutes each team to ideate and arrive at a very specific thing what we could address, and we would ask one representative from each team to share their insights. Thank you.
In academics, suppose if you take the faculty members, and even if you look at the CS faculty, the entire there is no data science is there, especially many of the top in the office, there is no specialized faculty. So when you come for the hiring, how you can manage the
what is the problem statement? What are you trying to do?
We will go as per our mandate of the business. If the business mandate is not tested, we will also go back to coding. Some institute who have labs inside. Now every institute has an incubation institute. So the institute has come up with it. It's not going to your institute that we tie up here. We generally say that we will go to 100 different temples and we'll pray. Wherever we get prasadam, we'll come and take us. The relationship building is
my perspective. Sorry to see, today you are at 1,000. The next year, placement was great, 4,000. This is, of course, when business time, if somebody is making revenue, it's good to scale. Now, if you are a company, if that scale is happening, scale itself is a problem. But it's very aspiring to nurture that kind of world's largest economy. While that is very required to scale, but how do we address that is also a question mark.
No, so very valid point. I think
see the problem is take that number of things. See, if you look at VAT, you can take only 50 or you can take only 100. Now VAT is taking 20,000 rupees. 4,500 compensation. Why this clear point that pricing should evolve? It can be not just building, right? It's about where is the talent to build capability. So we can't also. Yeah, actually now there is one slide which I have. Good old traditional method was only off campus, on campus, or an external partner. Now there are 17 different avenues. Now somebody said that we tied up with Coursera. We could as a solution also. The whole idea is to provide solution. Coursera is there. The NASCOM future skills is there. There are external partners who are coming and building skills. Will this solve the problem? This is something maybe we will have to go deeper to understand. Now to your point of that there is no great academicians who can teach the new age technology. Also there.
So you can't demand the company to invest in time.
See, center of excellence is there, but
I think these kind of interactions are important. Reason being, when you have academia and corporate under one roof, a lot of things which are discussed should be discussed, which we usually sideline, right? They're always discussed in small
discussions in meeting rooms in offices and college meeting rooms. But when you come face to face, right, you hear out each other. What are the challenges other parties facing? And then you come to a conclusive, not a solution, but an approach. This will not give you a solution, but it will give you an approach how you should be looking at things. So that is how I think this is a very important platform, and it should have a decent frequency, I feel, right? Once in 6 months, I think that is a decent one.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm part of an event which is about ITTL. What is different about this particular ITTL event is that this is truly for talent. I've been to a lot of HR events and shows and symposiums and conferences. What is different is you have people who represent different facets of talent. And when they all come together and blend, you really want to be in every session because you're going to learn something more. This is simply amazing. I'm so fortunate to be here. I came in the morning at 10. I just don't want to leave. Amazing. Oh, so we are looking at what AI can be doing to education and particularly educational institutions and how it can improve employability in the country. And I do believe that if you start early and start investing a lot in this at the level of faculty, at the level of students, at the level of what is happening in the industry, bring everybody together, then you have a story where employability in the country rises dramatically because you're focusing on what matters most to India, skilling. I also had the pleasure of talking to you about The Heart of Work, which is a book that I have written. It's a compilation of about 70 plus stories. Stories about what happens, several incidents which have inspired the journey of my life, where I have learned, where I've been part of people's journey. But a book which can share with everybody what it is to apply that little bit which is between the third and the seventh rib on your left, your heart. And that is all about the heart of work and the art of work. Do buy a copy, share it with your friends. Every single paise that I receive goes to charity, and that will be your contribution. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next topic is very, very, very pertinent. The reason being, we are faced with the 2 E's of the industry with AI. The first one, education. The second, employability. And what does the future hold? And that is the next conversation that we're going to have on stage. The topic being the future of education and employability in the AI and automation era. Our speaker is a phenomenal person with some amazing experience. He's an author of a bestseller, The Heart of Work. He's a regular blogger, HR power influencer on platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter. He also serves as an advisor on the Economics Times Advisory Board, offering his invaluable insight on matters related to HR. As an immediate past president of the National Human Resource Development Network, the largest body of HR professionals in the country. Nathan has steered, the HR professional to new heights. Today, he is a prominent partner at Deloitte, where he brings his wealth of expertise to the forefront with a primary focus on advisory and enterprise development. His journey through Deloitte has been nothing short of exceptional. Previously, he served as the Chief Human Resource Officer of Deloitte South Asia, where he was an integral part of the Indian leadership team. Additionally, he held a prestigious position on the talent executive leadership of Deloitte Asia Pacific. solidifying his influence on a global scale. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. S.V. Nathan, Partner and Chief Talent Officer at Deloitte. Welcome, sir. Honor to have you here. Look forward to this education, employability in the era of AI.
Good afternoon, everybody. No, I don't expect all of you to respond to me. I was just testing the mic. Instead of saying mic testing, I'm just saying good afternoon. To start with, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm going to share with you my name. My name is, are you all ready? Okay. Mannargudi Naganatha Subramanya Vaidyanatha Iyer. That's my name. Call me Nathan, not Nathan. No, it's nothing with you. I mean, I worked in an American, very large multinational, and people on the other side of the call would call me, hello Nathan. And if his name is James, I would say, hi James. And they would say, no, that is James. I'll say, yeah, Nathan. So nothing against you, my friend. I mean, that happens. Okay. Couple of things. I got 50 slides on a computer. Technology perhaps could not be on my side. So as an audience, you must decide, do I use my slides and put you to sleep, or do I speak and put you to sleep? You decide. Speak. Raise your hand if you say speak. Thank you very much. Sir, you can switch off all of this. This is not needed. I have a huge challenge in front of me. The first challenge is, since morning, you have had outstanding speakers. All of them kept you absolutely glued to what they are saying. Many of them are generals in their subjects. I mean, they are really people who are well experienced. They are outstanding people. Now, after all of these guys, this poor major will have to come and speak to you. Now, I've got to draw all your attention. And so this is what I'm going to do. So, the generals have made some general point soldiers. Now, the major will make some. Thank you very much. Thank you. A keynote has got to be short, has got to be meaningful, and you got to keep it to time. So these are the three essentials. I promise that I will keep to at least one of them, which is to be on time. Time will be defined by me. No, I'm just following in the great footsteps of our previous leaders. Nothing against anybody. I'm going to be speaking about the future of education employability in the era of AI and automation. And what I'm going to say is, in my entire journey of several years on the planet, in the industry, I've learned that there are a few things that technology cannot teach you. No institution of knowledge can teach you. But in the battlefield of life and professional work, you learn a lot. You learn a lot. So there are a few things that are in common with what the general spoke and what this major is going to speak about. One of which is, if you have to be successful, anybody in this place, you've got to be successful, you've got to have initiative and drive. You need to have initiative and drive. You need to be curious. Why is this happening? You've got to be hugely curious. You've got to be a problem solver. Nobody is going to come to you if you're not a problem solver. So you've got to be a quintessential problem solver. You've got to be a learner. Above all this, you need to have passion. You need to have passion. This morning, we had a 13 or 14-year-old lady who came here and disrupted this whole session in the morning. Do you remember her name? Shagun, correct. What does Shagun mean? Sorry? Good luck. Shagun is good luck. Shagun is something which augurs for what future is about. And that is where this whole session started. This is amazing. Shagun did a fantastic job, disrupted what this whole world is going to see for tomorrow. So, we have almost 40,000 colleges in India. Did you know that? 40,000 colleges. And assuming that you had 1,000 people to any one college, you would know how many lakhs of students you have at any point in time. Do you know the employability rate of those students? A dismal 45%. Which means less than half of those people who studied in these portals of knowledge, those people are not employable. So what do organizations do? We bring on those people and then we train them. Today, we will move slightly away from that. Can all the learning happen in these portals of knowledge? Is what people are now attempting. So that's a new wave that is coming up. What does education at large, what does it really do? So if you go to, let's say, IIM Nagpur, and we have the director of IIM Nagpur out here, what happens? Not everybody can go to an IIM, but what do portals of knowledge do? 3 things. Understand what is it about problem solving. You understand a little bit about that. 2, you get a conceptual view of what really happens around you. That's the second thing. Third one is, you learn to be in the weeds and be analytic. So these are the 3 things that you learn when you go to colleges. What AI is going to do is, they're going to change the methodology, they're going to change the access, they're going to take the testing. They would also help people with a lot of things at the palm of their hands. Today, I saw a WhatsApp message. This one is very clear, very cool. It says, you don't even need a phone anymore, because all they have to do is embed a chip, and then you could do this, and then there's a screen that appears on the palm, and then you could ask it questions. Hey, can I have this glass of wine? And possibly you get a response to say, your cholesterol is so-and-so, your this is weight is so-and-so, your BMI is so-and-so. So wine is not what you should have. I think go with whiskey. Yeah? Okay. Suppose I move away from all of this and talk about stories. Would you be interested in stories? Shameless people. You come to conferences to listen to stories. Amazing. So I will tell you a story. Years ago, I went in as a general manager of an Indian organization. I expected people would be coming in from great portals of knowledge. But people that I met were undergrads. People had, sir, if you want to take a call, you want to go outside? Gentlemen, you want to take this call? Thank you. The only gift that you can give me is the gift of your attention. So, I went in there. I expected people to be from IIM Ahmedabad. I expected people from XLRI or IIM Nagpur, sir, was not there in those days. Forgive me. And from the best of St. Stephen's, and you name all the... No, the people that I met, 12th standard, PUC, people who had... But there was glint in those eyes. There were people who had tremendous amount of energy. I was working late, 10 o'clock at night. I was going to shut my room. I came outside. In the far distance, I saw a light, and there was singing. There was a transistor out there, and this guy was singing. So I went up to this gentleman and said, what are you doing? I was almost just 7 days old in that place. I went to that guy, I asked him, what are you doing? He says, sir, I'm making payroll slips. There was a cyclostyling machine. People in this audience would never know about a cyclostyling machine. There are few here who would know this. This is a machine which, instead of doing those Xerox and prints and all that, physically you got to put something and you would make copies. The original is going to the individual, second for the file, third for the finance. I mean, you know how it is. And this person was singing. So I said, what is great about this job? And he says, sir, you don't understand. 1 extra zero to a person's payroll make that person very, very happy. And 1 zero less, this person is very dissatisfied. So I have the power of happiness in my hands. I looked at this guy and I said, amazing. And then I said, can you meet me tomorrow in my office? He says, 11 o'clock. I got to sleep as well. 11 o'clock, he came up. I ushered him into the room. Recognized that I was coming in from one of the top MBA colleges in the country. And I was going to speak to somebody. So what is the first thing that I would ask? As a young guy, I didn't know all these stuff. So I asked him, what's your background? He said, sir, I've done my MBA. I said, where from? I expected it will be from one of these great schools. He said, ABC School of Management. So I said, never heard about this. I said, how will you hear about this? They closed it within a year of my joining. So I said, they closed down that school? Yes. What did you do in your undergrad? What did you do in your BA, BCom? He said, sir, I did BA History. And the way he said BA History was as if he has done this STEM from St. Stephen's. And I looked at him and I said, you did from which college? He named a college, which is not one of those colleges that you would find regular people going to. People who can would get into colleges. People who can't would go into one of these colleges. You have this tiering of colleges. This must be not even tier 3, one below that. But he was very proud of that. So I said, what is your percentage? He said, sir, 36%. And the way he said 36% was as if he was wearing some of the epaulets on his shoulder and feeling very proud of this, and 5 different medals, including Visishta Seva medal. And I looked at him, I said, 36%? And he said, sir, if it had been 34%, they'll have to tolerate me for 1 more year. So they cleared me. And just then the phone rang. I was starting to like this guy. The phone rang. I picked up the phone and I said, hello. He said, I'm Sanjay Bhaduri and I'm calling you from Bombay. For the last almost 6 months, you have not had a HR manager. I need somebody by day after tomorrow, Nathan, no excuses. So I said, I have just the right person for you. I've just the right person for you. Take care of him because he is my best. Put the phone down. Then I looked at this guy and I said, gentlemen, will you go to Bombay as the regional manager of human resources? So he said, of course. Of course. So then, I asked him a few other questions. I said, do you know Hindi? Suddenly it occurred to me, you need to know Hindi. Do you know Hindi? So he said, Tora Tora. Which is, there goes my entire beans of what I thought he could do. He said, sir, you don't need Hindi. I'll manage. Don't worry. Guy doesn't know Hindi. He's going into a job that he has no idea about. And then at the door, he just pauses. He said, sir, you're right about this job, right? So I said, of course. And he said, sir, it is 5 levels senior to the role that I hold. I said, I don't much care. I've already decided. Go. He said, what if somebody objects? I said, look, I am the boss. Don't worry, just go. So off he went. Let's park that for a moment. About some 3-4 years ago, I got a telephone call. This was pre-COVID. I got a telephone call from somebody who said, sir, I have a serious problem. I said, what? He said, they're again sending me to Miami. I said, for what? He said, they call out on the best 0.01% performers in the world and give them a real treat with their spouse. So I said, why have you to complain? So he said, they're sending me for the third time, sir. I said, you must be happy. He said, no, same place, Miami. Why can't they send me to Switzerland? So I said, hey, you know what, take it, man. Don't look at gift toss in the mouth. And if you don't want to travel, if they can transfer it to my name, I'll be very happy to represent you. I kept the phone down. My wife was smiling at me, and he says, you seem to be very happy. Now, when wives or spouses ask you, you seem to be very happy, means you do not know the purpose. You're having a grin on your face. And I said, yes. What are you happy about? He says, I'm happy because, I got a call from somebody. He said, what about? So he said, and I explained the entire thing to him. He said, you seem to be very happy. That I understand. He is going to have a jolly out there, but why are you happy about this? I said, I'm very happy about this because many years ago, he happened to be a payroll clerk. Many years ago, he happened to be a payroll clerk. This person, Director of Human Resources for one of the largest multinationals in India, I don't want to reveal his name, city of Bangalore. I will never forget Mahi in my life. He taught me something that day. He taught me what AI cannot teach us. He taught us what confidence is about. And that is something which is most important. Chinmay, one more story? Yes, one more story. So this happened, this is about, again, pre-COVID times. This was a call which was at 11 o'clock at night, 11 at night, running for an hour from the US, and there were a lot of people on the call, the CEO, the CTO, the COO, the entire C-suite, and all the global leadership was on the call. And they are people very high up in the hierarchy. What were they to decide? On a simple matter, some software engineer belonging to the firm went over to the US, fell ill, had encephalitis, which is brain fever. Brain fever means there is no chance that the person is ever going to survive. They had taken him to the best of hospitals in the US, didn't work. The choice was to either put the person in hospice, which is just a very nice way of saying, okay, you can waste away another 6 months, and then, thank you, you go meet your maker. The other alternative was to bring him to India, which again meant that you have to take the person in an air ambulance, which cannot stay in the air for more than 5 hours. It's got to, again, deplane in some port, some airport, and then the doctors will have to check whether he is, again, worthy of the next step. And that was. It's going to cost the organization a lot of money, but I don't think people are worried about that. They were very worried that he may not even survive the journey. Here in India, you had one person, his wife, who says, in India, we may not have all the best of doctors that you have in the US, but we have handled more cases of encephalitis ever, anywhere on the planet. So there is a chance that he may survive. Please send him to India. Pros, cons, this, that. This whole discussion went on for 58 minutes. At the end of 58 minutes, the decision was made by the CEO, who pretty much said, ladies and gentlemen on the call, it's very clear this person would have to be sent to a hospice, and that is it. And we just have to inform the wife. Suddenly there was a voice that spoke up. This voice said, hello, if this person had been in India, the person would be alive. If this person had been in India, the person would be alive. This person went to the US because there was some general out there who said, I need this soldier to be there. This person followed instructions. He went into the battlefield, and there he was injured. And he's critically injured on that battlefield. Does it not behove of us to take that person who is injured on the battlefield and send him home. Ladies and gentlemen on the call, let us send the soldier home. Let us send the soldier home. There was a pause, almost 30 seconds. At the end of it, the boss spoke up and said, yes, I think it's important for us to send the soldier home. Fast forward, person put in an air ambulance, went through 5 different places, landed in Delhi, went straight into a hospital, and the hospital was already waiting for this person. 6 months later, Alok Gupta walked into the waiting arms of his wife. Hale and hearty. Hale and hearty. I remember this as if this happened yesterday, because the voice that spoke up that day, 2 minutes into time, is speaking to you today. No. This is really not for me. This is because many times I ask myself, do I really have to speak up only when it's a matter of do or die situation? Or can I speak up because of conviction that I hold of what I believe in truly so? And do I not bother about the hierarchy which is there on a call? I speak up because I need to, because this is what I believe in. I'm saying this because technology, AI, and the whole lot of all that we're going to discuss is not going to teach you this. This has got to be learned again by and from leaders. So in conclusion, I believe that what it takes to change what we have in education is, one, have the right faculty, because they are going to be the leaders, and make sure that they have their own development in place. He who can does, he who cannot teaches is not there anymore. The best and the brightest are there because it's one of the noblest professions in the world. But we've got to help them as well. Number 2, make sure that beyond all the case studies that we have had in the past, have proper internships. I heard this morning about what Chitkara does. I think we need to replicate that model and have people in the 2nd years and 3rd years really get into the business side of what they could do as entrepreneurs. And the 3rd one is anything where people can learn to earn, move away, learn and earn is the way to go. And with that, I hope it is a little bit of a fodder for what we have for a fantastic panel coming up. Thank you for your time and attention.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, I yet remember, I don't know if you know, Principles of Rocketry. There's a book, George P. Sutton, 700 pages. It has all the basics of rocketry. And I happened to have read it. It took me 3.5 years to understand the whole book, and a part of it yet goes over my head, especially the maths. And when you look at our history of our country, when we started, have you ever seen those pictures of how ISRO started? Do you know that the Rohini rocket was also named after a nakshatra Rohini, and the reason being Rohini is the only nakshatra that keeps going up in the constellation and all the nakshatras follow it downwards. That's the reason it was even named Rohini. Very few people know this. And the first rocket, of course, was with assistance of the USA, and then part of it later on we got USSR support, but they actually gave us the impetus. But you know how it was? We took it on a bullock cart and on a cycle. Our first satellite actually went on a bullock cart, if that's not a bullock cart, but I don't think it had any proper vehicle. And I've tried working with propellants and things like this. So I understand the kind of pain and hard work those guys have gone through. Geniuses of their time with no money, a country which had a disillusioned state looking towards science because it was an expenditure. And money was hard to come by. And today, you know, a few days ago, or I think when Chandrayaan 1 or 2 didn't work, they actually said, oh, India wants to enter the space club, the elite club with a cow. Did you see that? How many of you saw that meme they created, the cartoon they created? Remember that all our lives. Remember that. Never let that be erased from our minds. Forget everything else, but don't forget that. Because we then showed them their place. They can make movies, and we take half that amount of money and land, and we push ourselves to Mars. So I'm very proud of what we are today. And it gives me immense pleasure. I want all of you to sit up in your seats, perk up your ears, because the conversation that's coming on the stage is, again, as we told you, it's just not going to be AI, technology, and getting, you know, information. We wanted to bring in entertainment, we wanted to bring in eminent speakers, so that when you go away from here, you actually are enriched with a 360-degree view of what's happening around the world. And that's what my next speaker brings to us. Ladies and gentlemen, his topic, if I've understood correctly, I've never had I didn't get time to have a conversation. Do you know that some of our best, how many of you look at the weather? How do we get it? Radar. Does anybody know the full form? No? How many of you know what's radar for? Radio. I'll give you the first clue. No? How many engineers in the house? How many electronic engineers in the house? Let the computer guys have some fun now. How many electrical and electronic engineers in the house? Okay, so coming back from the jokes, so he's going to have a conversation with us. And ladies and gentlemen, our speaker, he's regarded as the father of the RISAT series of radar imaging satellites. He has been instrumental in pushing India towards achieving our own space independence and self-reliance. His expertise have contributed in the realm of synthetic aperture radar, SAR technology, that has been instrumental in the success of the RISAT-1, RISAT-2, and the Chandrayaan 2. His work in developing the Ka-band radio altimeter played a pivotal role in ensuring the smooth and precise landing of Chandrayaan 3. Those of you who don't know, there is a semi-altimeter even within your own mobile phones. Semi, I would not say the full way. His influence extends to the development of satellites like the OceanSat 1 and 2, where he's played a crucial role in the creation of various components. His role as the lead designer of the NASA-ISRO dual frequency, that's SAR is again the synthetic aperture radar, the NISAR mission, which is a testament to his global impact and recognition. His service as a senior advisor to the chairman of ISRO, where his wisdom and guidance have been invaluable in shaping the course of India's space endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you on your feet. Give him a big round of applause, as I would like to call upon the former Director, Space Application Center, ISRO, the founder of the SIR radar, Shri Tapan Mishra, on stage.
Let me introduce myself. I was the least educated director of two ISRO centers. In fact, one PhD guy came and told me, how come only a person with a bachelor degree sitting on the chair of Vikram Sarabhai? And I said, that is fate. And in the course of my journey, I was more like a river. I was quite an impromptu person who changed. And what many people told me, you are doing a grave mistake. But again I changed and got into newer and newer things. So that's why I thought I'd change the title. You can go back and change the beginning, but you can start from where you are and then change the ending. And that has been my motto. I studied in 2 Ramakrishna Mission schools. What is great thing about that, in one school had a 25% orphans, and another school had a 25% blind students. And you have to have one orphan or one blind student as your roommate. And that teaches you that the life when you build a team, everybody need not be excellent. You can still build a team who are deficient in something or some part of life. And I was fortunate to study in the JNU of Kolkata, or JNU is the Jadavpur University of Delhi, because it's a very politically active and intellectually active, and with a bright professors. And what I understood, and if I look back those days, actually the curriculum gives you knowledge, but your personality building comes from human interaction. And the colleges, human interaction, not in labs. Because when you meet in Adda or Chai Ka Dukan, then you don't have a difference and you argue and counter-argue. You learn the power of putting your views in a more logical and acceptable fashion. And that is where the personality is built. And you get this learning subsequently. And just since it's a lot of HR professionals gathered, I just let you know that I was for 10 years the question setter of ISRO. And I chaired the recruitment board, and I chaired the whole recruitment processes also for 3 years. And I can take small credit of ISRO success in recent years because we have chosen the right people. Because our choice of people were never on the whether they give the right answer, but our choice was based on whether they are going through a right approach. That was the question. In fact, I will tell you that just since I started this, that I have established a radar company with a motto, we will build the better than the best radars in the world. We are not a second grader people, but we will make the better than the best. And it will be coming from India. And our selection of people based on not on graduation degree, but on the grasping power. So I have selected for radar engineer, architecture student, mathematician, physicist, electronics engineer, and even a media specialist, because I found his grasping power was superior than any other thing. And because of my long experience, I can detect whether the person can grasp a very totally unknown things. Because in the days of artificial intelligence, the real intelligence is actually becoming rarer and rarer. And that is where we have to tap nowadays. I was in Kharagpur IIT. I was actually not a very bad student. I had an All India rank of 82 in IIT. I was in Kharagpur IIT, but I thought to becoming a mathematician, so I left it. I came to, then my father said, you will spend your life being a primary school teacher. So he forced me to go to Jadavpur University, and because I stood a joint entrance rank of first, so they get me what branch you want. My father said electronics, so I became electronics engineer. And when I didn't want to join ISRO because it was that time ISRO was not known that much, and it was the lowest paid job of 3 jobs I had. One was Jensen Nicholson to become executive assistant to Arun Nehru. Second was Hindustan Computer Limited, and the lowest salary was a 650 rupees basic of ISRO, engineer SB. And I actually want to buy tickets for Bangalore. Actually, I was supposed to join the School of Automation after the GATE exam in IISc, but for some reason or another, I bought the ticket of Ahmedabad instead of Bangalore, and I happened to become a space scientist. And that's it. But that time, the ISRO was very snooty, not like today's. ISRO was snooty because there has to be people, top echelon was MIT, Stanford, Caltech. Then lower down, they used to have an IIT students, for that MTech students, mostly PhD or BTech. And non-IIT BTechs were the least. In fact, I was the lonely fellow there. And there was no taker. There was a very two prestigious jobs, INSAT and IRS. There was a new budget, the big buildings and everything. And they were starting a small department called hardly any funding, that is for radar remote sensing. And they pushed me there because I was an odd man out, pushed me. And the group was staffed with a lot of odd men, union leaders, people who did not go well with other departments. And it's an education for me. The team which was built with people who did not fit the system, they became the most proliferate innovators of ISRO. And they built today the most complex electronics ever built in India. I think none of it is not IITs, IISc or anybody. It is that teams of leftover people who made it. So we were given a job, Even the Nachiketa has asked his father, Uddala, why are you donating the cows who don't have the teeth? They're already old. So when we went, because this is an odd man out, so we were given a Marconi radar from Indian Navy, which was not working, obviously. Had it been working, they would not have given to us. And they told, you repair it and fly it. And my boss was NS Pillai, and we repaired it, flown it. We are very excited, from flying on a DC-3 at a height of 10,000 feet without any pressurization, and we are getting images of approximately 3 to 5 kilometers and with a resolution of 150 to 250 meters, and come back, and the bosses used to tell, see, what is this? This IRS image gives you 23-meter resolution from 840 kilometer height. Look at it, what is the difference? You cannot, this will not go. So then we are the 5th country in the world to build synthetic aperture radar. And to be precise, in India till today, in my 30 years of career, 37 plus career, nobody else could build a synthetic aperture radar in India. It is supposed to be one of the topmost radar. In fact, if you know synthetic aperture radar, all other radars are subsets. And it's a heavy computation intensive. It's a signal processing and all. We built airborne radars, and we are actually the 5th people in the country. We are flying in Beechcraft. And most interesting, the first radar we built, actually that's data processing used to be done by some other set of people. And the motion compensation was not correct. And for some reason or another, hardly 1/10 of the data used to be good one. In fact, while collecting data, we have to pray. Today the data should come good. And I was hawking RI set to the top management. And top management like a chairman, Rangan and all, and they are always surrounded with advisors with a pins in their hand. They will pick anybody who comes very near, comes with new ideas. So there these fellows are pricking, the big man people, that they see these fellows could not process a good airborne radar images and they want to go for a spaceborne SAR. And it was my existential dilemma. In fact, finally I actually, we were not, because we were supposed to be hardware guys, not bolt and all those things, instrument, but not computers, we are not worth the computers. So we had no facilities. And I talked to the CMC general manager in Ahmedabad, Apte Saab. I said he just brought for demonstration some 8 CPU Xeon machine. I requested him to donate me for a month. Then after a month he came to ask for it. I told him the Kishore Kumar story. Somebody asked payment from Kishore Kumar. Kishore Kumar went to the bathroom, brought out a test tube, the toothpaste tube, and pressed it to take out all the test paste. Then he asked that fellow, please put it back in the toothpaste. I said, our situation is like that. You gave it to us. I cannot give it to you till my job is. But we developed a new set of motion compensation algorithm. It is one of the. What I realized that everybody uses, there's a pod stabilization system, but we said, why to make complicated? We did the other way around. Mathematically, the flight track made it orthogonal to that antenna direction, and we made it, and you can look at the superb images. And I remember that when I went to Rangan to show him, and he was holding a 23 crore budget for the initial phase 1 development cost of RISAT. The moment he saw the images through that file and asked S.K. Das, our additional secretary, I have signed, get it cleared. That is how the ISRO used to function those days. And another interesting thing, we are our first, before radar, we were asked to make radiometer, a cheaper one. And while making radiometer, the radiometer has to be tested with a black body object. And you will be surprised from J.C. Bose's day till 1998, not a single lab in India built a microwave black body radiator. And to our surprise, in fact, we were supposed to buy from UK Met. It is 8.5 crores, and imagine the radiometer project was costing 7.5 crores. It went to Dr. George Joseph, who was the director. He called me. I was a mostly software and microwave guy. He put that file in the dustbin and said, you build it. And it's surprising. And later on I learned how to build it, get it productionized, and it was so heavy. And we built India's first black body operating in microwave. And it is a cryogenic. It was operating up to 78 degree Kelvin, up to the boiling point of nitrogen. There is even in ISRO, and it is actually in India. Anything, Americans had not done, then Indians cannot do. That is the general philosophy. We go to buy armament, we can blame DRDO for many things, but say your equipment is not as good as IAI, or this is not as good as Rafale, it is not as good as this one, and it is everywhere. Everywhere, and that was on ISRO also. Somehow that was an idea. If NASA, ESA has done, then we have a confidence to redo it. And what 99 I proposed, we'll build a radar, synthetic aperture radar, will be the better than the best, and it will be built by brown people. That is the last line I wrote. In fact, Dr. Kasturi Rangan got very icked on it, on a 3-page note, that it will be built by brown people. And we kept it, we made it the synthetic, and we did a huge amount of, you will be surprised that it has electronics of approximately 1400 subsystems on a 6 by 2 meter antenna. There was a 6,000 connectors, 3,000 RF connectors, 6,000 digital connectors. There is a 30 kilometer of cabling, RF cabling, and that was made, and it worked flawlessly, and its 90% components were commercial and made in India and in a facilities which were rejected by everybody, including DRDO. What we brought first time that a polarimetry in a C-band, it is a first to change this polarimetry itself to hybrid polarimetry. It is a new concept which was introduced, and we also built a synthetic aperture radar first time in C-band giving better than 1 meter resolution. In fact, I am happy to inform this one of our surgical strike, this radar was used for that operation. And not only that, we built it, the 10 kilometer by 100 kilometer spotlight SAR, where the global next best SAR was from the Israelis, which we bought from them, that had only 5 by 5 kilometer. You can see it is only 1/10 of that image you can see on this comparison there. And, okay. I don't know. And you can see the type of images it has come. And they say PMs don't meet that actual person who is working, who made it. But at that time, our PM Manmohan Singh asked me to meet him. And to my surprise, compared to all the I was stunned by his intelligence and his knowledge and the wide spectrum. I was surprised why we are not seeing that personality in public spaces. And he had a phenomenal memory. It has still aged with me, and his knowledge and his grasping ability. And we built also that this next stage of reconnaissance satellites of RISAT-2B series. We have built a 2R in the operation, and they are helping our security friends in a much better way today. They don't have to depend on other countries. And since I cannot show data from India, so I have showed it from Malaysia. You can see the intricate details, though it is put down in a very coarser resolution, but you can see the intricate details. And let's say we built the Chandrayaan-2. It's a very interesting story because in Chandrayaan-1, I wanted to make a synthetic aperture radar. In fact, I bid for it on part of our team, and we could not get, because everybody said it has to be a foreign collaboration, and so be it. So it had happened. In Chandrayaan-2, automatically it would have gone to that heritage to be, the space people maintain heritage. So that heritage to be maintained, and the UR Rao was the committee chairman. I was determined to get it. And the NASA proposal was in L-band, and we went, to ward me off. They had one radar was weighing 11.5 kg. So UR Rao asked me, you make it two polarized, two frequency. I said, yes, L and S. Okay. Then he said, it should be fully polarized. I said, the hardware will end up in 4 times. He said, yes, you have to make it 4 times. Then he, after thought, he said, you make it in 15 kg. I also said, yes. And he had no other way to go. He agreed for this. And I came back, I was almost leased by my colleagues, 2 synthetic apertures for Chandrayaan mission. We built it. And the last radar we built at a 950 kg mass and a 16.5 kg. And surprise of surprise, our colleagues, my colleagues, they rose to the occasion, built one of the most miniature synthetic aperture radar, and it is still operating. You can go to ISRO sites how beautifully it has found out the craters, the water inside, and all of those things. I've not. But what interesting thing happened? That NASA, at no time NASA chief visited India, ISRO. The reason is, if you go, they will always say, we are 50 years ahead of you. Let us be very frank, that is not. And I was in the State Department in Washington, D.C., in one of the strategic dialogue meeting, and Charles Bolden, the NASA chief, he took me aside, told them, Tapan, did you build that synthetic aperture radar at that cost? Actually, we built it less than 200 crores, whether the international cost was 2,000 crores plus. And I said, yes. Then he said, I'll visit. And he, after 3 months, he came, visited that lab, and walked up and down the clean room for 1 hour. And he wanted to understand what makes our people to build such a classic radar at such a cheap cost. And I will be surprised that all the radar set follow-on mission, which is called the radar set continuity mission, is deceptively similar to RISAT. And today, its features are copied in other synthetic aperture radar. In fact, I was the person who was invited to configure Canada's RCM mission. And the follow-up was that fallout was there. There is an advanced LN S-band radar which is coming in NISAR, NASA, ISRO SAR, which will be flying next year. And that's the most important thing. It will give information of every 8 days whole solid mass over the globe, that any height variation of 2 millimeter will be detected. And presently, as I told, I am on a mission to build a 32 satellite constellation of L and P band synthetic aperture radar. And what we'll build is one of the topmost technology, which will be nobody is having at a 1 meter resolution in L band, which can, and it will penetrate through the ground, and it will penetrate through the foliage and all. And we have already made a drone-based synthetic aperture radar. And you can see the type of images it has. And we have also got the IDEX challenge. Recently, the Prime Minister's challenge we won. And it's a very prestigious win to support Indian Air Force. And we'll be providing the imaging services, which will give you not only see the surface through the foliage, it will see below the ground up to a 10-meter depth. It will see that. And also, we are making a very, very sophisticated, it is nowhere there in the world. There's a very sophisticated GPR, which we tested in mines, where every piece of metal we could detect. We have a new concept. We are upgrading it to drone-borne one, which will be for military application, for mining, and all applications, and will give you resolutions of less than a meter with a depth up to 80 meters. And we started operation hardly one year and 3 months, because after the COVID only we could start. We recruited people hardly for 1 year, and today we have come to this. And one good thing, it's a very deep tech. No VCs were ready to fund. If you say you are going to make better than the best, nobody believes. ऐसा हो नहीं सकता है. हमारा पैसा पानी पे जाएगा. But then, there are much wiser classmates, my school classmates, who are wiser than me, so they made good amount of money. So they have invested, and that is how this company has come up. I just observation with that that say ISRO, China and India, the per capita GDP was almost same. And only Deng Xiaoping started in 1984, and you see that after 10 years, their growth rate started increasing. And we started in 1994, and also another 4 years, 10 years, we also started going up. But what happened is subsequently, China's growth rate went very steep ahead, and India's has not picked up. We may all talk a lot of things, global things. My understanding is that China did not do one wise thing. They did not invest in software. And we went to build software, capture the software market, and because it's a high-paying salary, and it just sucked away talents for all branches, all metallurgists, chemical engineers, civil engineers, electronic engineers. You tell a physicist, mathematics, everybody wanted to become software. And not that, with all due, it has generated a huge amount of employment, high quality employment. I have no doubt about it. And it has built the digital economy. Though many of this digital economy, significant part is made by the government software companies who pay the low salary. But it killed the core engineering and stifled the deep tech engineering, the price we are paying. What you seeing today, the government's approach, the correction of this process, and by 2025, we'll have a new economic order. That is what is expected. Corona, Ukraine war, Israel war, and all this is a process towards denormalization of the present geopolitical and geoeconomic scenario, and that is where what sees the government's effort in Atmanirbhar and all, you will be surprised that China also started the similar program. Exactly what the programs we are doing. So this is all you will see. And another one, what is the difference with ISRO, my experience, is our family education, working everywhere, we started, insisting on, independent thought, independent working, independent mindset. But what ISRO has mastered, they have valued interdependence, and which is a key to teamwork with a flawless precision. And this interdependence we have not taught in our industry. It is everywhere, it is a मैं अकेला ही राजा बाकी सब खाजा ऐसा ही है. But that we can work together, we can have a different intellectual level can work together, different financial levels can work together. That has not been established there, and that is what made the big difference in success of ISRO. And we do not see such matching success even in the government funded or in the private sector. One of the most important things what ISRO has mastered, if you say the whole cosmos is governed by the second law of thermodynamics, even the life has come from the second law of thermodynamics. And I feel that any institution is also governed by the second law of thermodynamics. The most efficient institutions will have the least noise, least entropy, so they have the least information. So the most efficient organizations will not generate new ideas because they have the least entropy and least information. And the most inefficient systems, like, they say IITs or IIScs, they generate a lot of entropy, but that they are not converted to a proper informational product. But ISRO has mastered at different level to grab what is the new knowledge is created and converted to the product. So just to see, they say, we have started launching rockets of such a poorer level, and from that we have went into all the branches of space technology, and that is possible because ISRO has put managerial levels at different levels to spot new type of knowledge created, new type of skill created, and that how to convert into new product. It is the most efficient Carnot cycle of thermodynamics we have established. And another thing, if I put up this photograph, everybody knows it, Diwar ka. Mera paas maa hai, that story. But you will not know this person. He is actually Dr. S. Srinivasan, who is the father of today our cryo engine. And he has done a seminal work and he died very untimely death. Lot of issues were suspected, but then we do not know. The country which doesn't respect its knowledge, its people with knowledge cannot go. You see the difference in why everybody asks why we were delayed from US 50 years, because our psychological and social priorities were different. And that, another most important thing, if you see the ISRO, has hardly today's date, our catchment area is the small colleges, very far away places. The students are coming. And mostly it's the government engineering colleges, NITs, IISER, or private engineering colleges. And surprisingly, we're performing much better than that. It doesn't mean that IITs are not contributing. It only means, it gives me satisfaction that our technology knowledge route has actually gone deeper, which we are not respecting and which we are not properly harnessing. That is my understanding. This is a Bengali poetry from Neeraj Chakraborty. And it says, have you stumbled on your way? Get up. When you stumble, you are noticed by a few. If you stand up again, you will be noticed by the whole world. So we should not get bogged down by the failure. Failure will have a very bad name sometimes. But if you rise like a phoenix from a failure, and you will be respected very widely. This is many of the companies today. I see the startups from small failure, they throw out the things. And okay, so I stop here. And thank you for your kind attention.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Products and services, and also most importantly their experiences with use cases, how to adopt digital transformation amongst all the MSMEs. We are already talking of I 5.0, and you all would be wondering, we have not yet been done with I 4.0, and 5.0 is being mentioned in most circles here. We heard in the morning session a great deal about sustainability. So all that is happening is we are trying to integrate I 4.0 with making it more human-centric and making sure the man and machine coexist, and sustainability as the other aspect. So it's an integration of I 4.0 and I 5.0. So I don't want to steal the thunder from our speakers here. We have Mr. Tushar from Mahindras and Mahindras. We have Atom State represented by Mr. Venkat, who's going to talk is about AI and ML applications and how to implement them in our businesses. And we have Karthik from CADFEM, which is a global partner company for ANSYS. Some of you would be using ANSYS software. ANSYS also has been on the forefront of startups funding. We're going to hear all about this. Over to Mr. Tushar to tell us all about digital transformation and to what extent M&M has benefited by providing end-to-end solutions. Over to you, Tushar. Thank you.
So, good morning friends, colleagues and seniors. It's my pleasure to be presenting in MSME Summit organized by CII. Before I move to my presentation, first of all I will like to thanks to entire CII team for providing this platform to all the industries where we can share our knowledge, our initiatives, our practices, which can be helpful and mutually benefited to all the industry. Moving on to my presentation, first of all, I would like to we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra Auto and Farm Sector Division. We will be showcasing our journey towards the low-cost automation. Precisely, we are going to touch the low-cost automation sector. There are selective case studies which will be benefiting other industries that we are focusing on, and affordable digital technologies. So that is our agenda for today's presentation. With me, there is my team, Mahindra & Mahindra team. So Mr. Uma Shankar and Mr. Sridhar has also joined this session. So we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra panel. So our subject for today is low-cost automation and affordable digital technologies that we are touching upon. And we are having our manufacturing units present in Telangana state at Zairabad, both auto and farm division. So most of the case studies are from that only. This is the overview of Mahindra Group. We are having presence in 11 sectors, 150 plus